We had one guy here for the jail. Last couple of years he's been making like mid 100s. And he also had 3 or 4 years. He's younger than us.
I threw a fit. So I'm just there to the record. Recommendation, and I said, you should have traded the there's a part of the failure. It's good. That's hard. She didn't let that stand.
Yeah, I appreciate things.
No, it's every time.
So it's just
Okay.
A lot of
Well, just do the thing underneath, and it's going to have a red light that comes out, and it's saying, oh, you did it? I tried. Well, you don't hold up the screen, you hold up the front.
underneath the little bottle certified. I'm fine doing it here.
Just do a summary. I won't get into it.
It is. Yeah. We figured it out. It's crazy. We have an organizer working today.
That's what Jim was saying.
Oh, no. Thank you so much. Thank you.
That's ridiculous for a case like this.
We went off the rack. That was embarrassing. Yeah, but my clinic, the lady who does the operation, I know they do, but I don't.
Yeah, his friend said.
Thank you.
It depends on if his friend said, I didn't know there was any drugs for it. And they say, I don't know. But no, he's not. He wasn't there that night. Leland, if Leland was there that night, he would not be dead if Leland was there. He had to work with him next morning, so he didn't go out and hang out with him. After him, the kid, he played baseball with him from the time he was 12. I don't know what sports he played with. And Oregon, I think he played for Mackay, I think he played basketball and football. I don't know the guys. I've heard the names of McDonald.
the way to stop, right around that corner. See one?
They just hang around. It does stand right down the edge.
I have them all off up here. You just have to, like I said, make sure that when you want them on, they're going to be on. Thanks, I'm so glad you told me that. Yeah, you can have me tag it back in the chair.
Yes.
All rise.
Council, your mics are turned off, but just beware. I don't know, like you said, sometimes they go on. Just the ghost just turned them on, so yes. right, good morning. Please be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope everyone had a great weekend, and we are back in session this morning. The state is prepared to continue to present some witnesses this morning, and so I will turn to Mr. Kuhn.
Your Honor,
Ms. Schucke.
I believe Prosecutor Schucke will be doing the question. I'll retrieve our witness, Detective Abel, from the hall.
Thank you. If you'd raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Take the witness stand.
Good morning.
Morning.
Can you state your name and spell your last name, please?
Thomas Aber, A-B-E-R,
And where are you employed?
Akron Police Department.
And in what capacity there?
I am a detective on midnight major crimes.
Midnight.
Major crimes.
How long have you been a detective on the Midnight Major Crime Unit?
About 2.5 years.
And prior to that position, where were you? What position did you have?
Patrol.
And how long have you been with APD?
Total of about 9 years.
All right. And can you describe to the jury your duties on a Midnight Major Crime Unit detective position?
We handle all felony cases, murders, rapes, felonies, assaults, shootings, stabbings, any big crime that occurs, felonies, we investigate.
And what are your hours on the midnight shift?
We currently work 9 p.m. to 7 a.m.
And did you work last night?
I did.
All right, so you came right off your shift and came here?
Correct.
All right. I want to ask you then some questions about when you were working on June 2nd of 2022, okay?
Yes.
Can you tell us the nature of the call that you received about 10:45 or so p.m. that day or evening?
We were notified of a homicide at the I Promise school.
That's how it came out to you, was a homicide at the I Promise?
They called into the Detective Bureau desk and said that they have a homicide.
All right. Do you report to the scene?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Myself and 3 other detectives went to the scene. We met with the patrol officers that are already on scene. They walked us through the scene, showed us the car, Ethan, some other things, the phones, and pointed out some certain things on the scene. While on scene, we were approached by a patrol officer who said that a mother was there, who said that her son and another male was a witness to the incident, and then they're at her house. So I went over there and talked to her. That was Lamarion's mom. She said that Lamarion and Mackay are at my house. They witnessed the incident. As that's going on, Ephraim's dad showed up on scene and said my son was also involved. He's at the house. So I coordinated 2 cruisers to go pick up the 2 boys and also Ephraim and take them down to the station to be interviewed.
Okay, so backing up a minute, so when you get on scene, is the crime scene unit there?
No, I think we beat them to the scene.
Sure, my phone is off. All right. So when you get there, the crime scene unit is not there yet?
Correct.
All right, you guys call them out?
Yes, a sergeant or someone called them out, yes.
All right. So you talked about Lamarion's mom and Ephraim's dad both came to the I Promise school to the scene there?
Yes.
All right. And did you coordinate then sending cruisers to pick these 2 boys up to interview them?
Correct.
All right. And I should say actually 3 boys, right? Because it was Lamarion and Mackay who were at Lamarion's house?
Correct.
And is that on Hall Street in Akron?
Yes.
How far is Lamarion's house from I Promise school?
A couple blocks away.
All right, so cruisers are sent to pick up all 3 boys?
Correct.
And where are they taken?
They are brought to the Akron Police Department, the 6th floor, the Detective Bureau, and they're placed in separate rooms.
And were you involved in interviewing them?
Yes.
without telling me what they said, were they able to give a description of the people involved in the assault or situation?
Yes, they did.
Okay. Okay. At that time, after your interview with them, what is your next step?
The next step was to notify the family of Ethan's death.
Okay. And how did you do that?
We went to the mother's home and spoke to her, and then she called family, and they all came over.
All right. So after this interview with the 3 boys that were there with Ethan, you're at this point still don't have any names of any suspects, right?
Correct.
What is your next step?
Our next step is to reach out to Akron Public Schools to try to get video of the parking lot and of the whole area. We also sent emails to the day shift crime scene unit to see if they can go out to the McDonald's and get video from the McDonald's of that night.
Okay. And were you able to obtain video from the I Promise school?
Yes, we were.
The cameras that were used for that video, approximately where are they on the school, if you know?
On the south side, one's facing the basketball court, and the one's kind of has a little bit of the basketball court, but then also the parking lot.
So there's basically 2 primary videos, one facing the basketball court and one sort of the parking lot area?
Correct.
All right. And what about the McDonald's videos? Did you obtain those?
Yes, we did.
And what focus areas were important in your investigation from those videos?
One was the drive-through line facing South Valley Street, kind of when you curve around the thing, and the other one was facing Market Street, shooting to Market Street where someone would pick up the order.
So you obtained, I guess, more than 4 videos, but 4 primary videos, and did you review those videos?
Yes, I did.
Tell us what you reviewed on the I Promise school videos.
We observed a silver SUV come from the South Valley and pull up to the south side of the basketball courts, pull in, turn the headlights off, and then 3 subjects come onto the basketball court and start playing basketball.
Were there 3 subjects or more than 3?
At the first, there was only 3 subjects.
Okay. So you continued to review those videos?
Yes.
Does it show the incident that happened in the parking lot?
Yes, it does.
Can you just describe what you saw from those videos?
It shows a blue car coming up to the basketball court. It stops. The front passenger gets out, and also the back driver's side passenger gets out. They run up to the basketball court. At that time, the 3 individuals on the basketball court start running away. The 2 individuals run back to the car. They get into the car, and then the 1 subject goes behind the car and approaches the driver, which is Ethan. And you can tell there's kind of like a tussle. They move towards the front of the car. At that time, another subject comes to the front of the car and kind of meets up with Ethan and the subject, and they kind of get pushed out of view. As that's happening, you see the back passenger get out of the vehicle, go around the vehicle, kind of go towards the area of what's happening. Also, you have another subject, a 4th subject, kind of on the opposite side of the basketball courts, running towards the area, and you have another subject, a 3rd subject, kind of running towards the area too. You see Ephraim getting out of the front passenger seat, kind of standing in front of the car. At that time, you see 4 subjects kind of start walking back towards the vehicle and go back towards the court. The 3 subjects go into the court, while the 1 subject kind of stays like on the outside of the court, kind of watching them. At this time, the vehicle that the boys arrived in, Ethan arrived in, they are driving towards the area where the fight ended. You can see the doors open, and then you see the 1 subject who stayed outside the court kind of approach them where the car stopped. It's in the distance, so you can't really see exactly what's going on, but there's some commotion. At that time, the silver SUV pulls around and kind of parks. The blue vehicle's like this, and the silver SUV's like this, and then you see the other subjects go towards the vehicle. like I said, you see some more commotion, and then you see like 3 subjects run away, and then kind of one following them.
Okay. After about 3 subjects, you said run away, and these are the people that, this is Ephraim, Mackay, and Lamarian. They are running away from the car at that point?
Correct.
What happens to Ethan's car after his friends run off scene?
Someone drives Ethan's car kind of around and back up to the front of where they kind of came in. They stop, they open the door, they start running away towards the silver car. They stop for a second, they whip stuff into the ground, and then they take off running and get into the silver vehicle, and the silver vehicle pulls off towards Valley Street.
And the silver vehicle, this is the defendant's vehicle?
Correct.
Okay. We also have some McDonald's video. Why was that important to you?
McDonald's vehicle showed the silver vehicle kind of pulling in from South Street to go to the basketball court. Also, at the end of the video of the incident, it shows the 2 boys running towards South Valley Street. And then it shows Ephraim kind of running around the building, the drive-through, kind of like how you'd follow the drive-through. And then you see, later known as, we found out as Donovan Jones, kind of chasing after him with no shirt. So Ephraim keeps running towards Market Street, and you see in the video Ephraim crossing Market Street and running towards his house.
And just to back up a minute, so you determined through your investigation that Donovan Jones, friends of the defendant, or cousin actually, is chasing the Lamarian and Mackay and Ephraim into the parking lot of McDonald's?
Yes.
And then after the 3 boys run away, what does Donovan Jones do?
Donovan Jones kind of runs back to the silver SUV. He gets in the car, and they drive away.
Okay. We have video we're going to play through you. I believe this has been stipulated by the defense, the authenticity of the video, correct? See how it looks. Yeah.
Hang on, it just takes a second to switch over.
So the first video we're going to mark as State's Exhibit 29. This is the video from the I Promise School facing the parking lot. And depending, Judge, we may or may not want to turn lights off. I don't know. Let me see how it looks here. All right. So when you collect video, what's the time frame of a full video? What time frame are you looking at?
Depends on the situation. If we know exactly kind of what time it is, or we have a general idea if it happened at 10:30, then we might do it an hour before or hour between before and after. It all depends on the situation and what we're looking for in the crime. So we had a pretty good idea of when everything happened, so we just kind of gathered 2 hours of time.
So I'm going to start the video at the 1 hour at 1:25:56. So now it's obviously evening. And we're going to start it there.
I do think it would be better with the lights down, Your Honor.
Okay, so I'm going to start at 1:26:01. So this is the video. You see a little bit of the basketball court off to the right, but primarily it's focusing on the parking area, correct?
Correct.
All right, and what, hold on a second. So the light that we kind of see, kind of almost a little off center, that's the McDonald's parking lot there, like kind of the orange light area.
Yes.
Notating the time is 1:27:12. It's your understanding that the defendants have already arrived and parked their car at this point?
I do not know the time frame on this.
Okay,
It's different for each.
that's fine. Go ahead and look at the court on the right-hand side. Do you see people arriving there?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And from your investigation, that's the defendants and Donovan Jones?
Yes.
So now we see some people walking over there. That's on the court?
Yes.
Okay. And they're there for a while. They're playing basketball for a while, correct?
Yeah, around a half an hour, a little bit more.
Okay. We are going to move then to about 1:57 on the video. Playing from 1:56:55. You still see the defendants and Donovan Jones then playing basketball on the court, correct?
Yes, I do.
And again, this is about 10:30 at night, 10:45 at night?
Yes, around there. I believe we matched up the McDonald's video is around like 10:40, 10:41 is when Ethan arrives.
Okay. Now we're seeing Ethan's vehicle pull in, correct?
Correct.
And you determine the person going back to the car, that's Mackay?
The first one is Mackay, and the second one is Ephraim.
Now you see someone coming over from the court. Did you determine who that was?
Deshawn.
And now there's someone else coming over from the court?
Correct.
And this is when you're saying you can't really see what's happening, but now we have at least two of the defendants here. Now that the third is coming over, that one coming over last is Donovan Jones, right?
Correct. The one in the back's approaching from behind, and then there's Donovan Jones approaching.
The person we see standing outside the car right closest to us, that's Ephraim, who's getting back in right now.
Correct.
All right, now we see the defendants and Donovan Jones walking away from the vehicle back towards the court.
Correct.
We see the car pulling forward to where we believe Ethan was on the ground, correct?
Yes.
And someone's walking back over from the court. Do you know who that subject was?
Donovan Jones.
Donovan. And from your investigation, do you know what the boys are trying to do right now?
They are trying to get Ethan's body into the vehicle, and they are attempting to call 911.
So it looks like Deshawn and Tyler are back on the court, but Donovan Jones is the one who's not in the court.
Correct.
We're seeing some headlights and a vehicle approaching. Whose car is that?
The defendants.
This is at 20149. So now we see one figure head over to Ethan's car and now a second figure. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you determined that was Tyler and Deshawn?
Yes.
Okay. What do you see currently in the video?
There's commotion. I think it's in the back. You see them running away
Towards the McDonald's?
towards McDonald's, and then someone gets in the car, drives it up towards Market Street.
Did you determine who was driving that vehicle? Ethan? That?
We believe it was Tyler.
Is that the motion you said was like throwing something on the ground?
Yes.
And that ended up being a phone from one of the boys in the car?
Correct.
So at this point, Tyler's getting back in the car with Deshawn, is that correct?
Yes.
And now they're heading out into that sort of alley right behind the McDonald's?
Correct.
Right, I'm going to stop it at 20405. So we just reviewed the I Promise School video facing the parking lot. There's also a I Promise School video that was facing the the basketball court, correct?
Correct.
So I'm going to open that one up, and we're going to call this State's Exhibit 30. And I'm going to go to 1:25:56 to begin playing. You see a vehicle's headlights there, kind of in the center of the screen, right behind the court. Whose vehicle is that?
The defendants.
So this is a video of them arriving at the I Promise School lot.
Correct.
And initially, you didn't know who they were, so the car, its arrival, what the car looked like, those are all important things to you in your investigation?
Yes.
Just trying to determine who the people were.
Exactly.
From your understanding of the scene, there's just one entrance or exit to the basketball court, correct?
Yes, back behind.
Sorry?
Yes, there's only entrances and exits are back behind there.
All right. So it's kind of like where the lone tree there on the sort of almost the right-hand side is
Yes.
there. All right, now we see them on the court. These are the two defendants and then Donovan Jones.
Yes.
And did you determine that there was a fourth person with them?
Yes.
And do we know who that was?
We believe it was Tyler's girlfriend, Adriana Blair.
What's the name?
Adriana Blair?
So I'm going to move ahead then to about 158 on the video. So at about 158 on the video, this is approximately when Ethan's pulling into the lot, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And obviously we can't see the lot here because this camera's focused on the courts.
Correct.
Okay, you see the defendants running
Correct.
to the exit of the court, correct? And
Yes.
What do we see? What else do we see?
Mackay and that's Ephraim right there running away, running back. That is Deshawn.
Donovan Jones?
No, that is Tyler.
Tyler, thank you. Now we're seeing some figures walk back towards the court, is that correct?
Correct.
It's like 4 people?
Yes.
So 3 are heading back and 1 seemed to stay. Do we know who, is that Donovan Jones who?
The one who stayed was Donovan Jones, yes.
All right, so now we see the defendants on the court and I guess Tyler's girlfriend, and they're walking across towards the exit of the court.
Correct.
All right, we see some movement by the Stafford's vehicle.
Correct.
seeing the Stafford's vehicle pull around to approach where Ethan's vehicle is?
Correct.
Stop it there at 201-54. And then you discuss the McDonald's video as well. This is going to be State's Exhibit 31. One second, Judge. Starting at 43 seconds in.
So this is 22:36:43 on the main timestamp on the video. Go ahead.
Okay. If you look at the right-hand sort of corner area.
Now at 22:45:49.
Thank you. Here we go. That kind of jumped. I'm going to back it up a minute. The video is kind of jumping around. 22:46:51. technical difficulties, but what was important to you from this video?
You see Makai Lamarian running towards South Valley Street, and then you see Ephraim kind of turning the corner and running towards Market Street, and then Donovan's following them with no shirt on. And he stops in camera view and then turns around and walks away.
And then you have another view of the McDonald's sort of towards that Valley Street, correct?
Correct.
And what did that other view show you?
It shows us just Ephraim keep running and then cross over Market Street and runs out of camera view.
All right, this one is, for whatever reason, the video is sort of jumping here, but you recognize this to be the video that you looked at, and you see the three boys running, two towards Valley and Ephraim towards Market, correct?
Correct.
And Donovan Jones kind of chasing.
Yes.
All right, and then this is State's Exhibit 32, which is another video of the McDonald's, correct?
Correct.
And this one is facing Market Street?
Correct.
Started at 9:51 on the video, which is 22:45:50. All right, what do we see there?
That is Ephraim running across Market Street.
At about 4612.
Thank you, Judge. And from your investigation, did Ephraim live within like walking distance?
He lived in the area, yes.
And again, from your investigation, Lamarian and Makai, where do they run back to?
Lamarian's house on Hall Street.
So another part of your investigation, you know, we have all these videos and you had to kind of line them up, right? Like by time and kind of to show the story of what happened?
Correct.
Okay. And there's a video compilation that was put together to show that better than these separate videos, right?
Correct.
Okay. So we're going to mark that as State's Exhibit 30, is it 33? 33?
And these are all stipulated, Mr. Sin and Mr. Gallick?
Yes.
Okay, playing State's Exhibit 33 then. And so we're starting right when the defendants come to the school, correct?
Correct.
Showing defendant's vehicle parking, right?
Correct.
All right, so we have on the video sped up 10,000%. So we're condensing 22 minutes into a few seconds, right?
Correct.
Jump ahead.
Correct.
And this is Ethan's vehicle pulling in, right?
Correct.
We have Ephraim and Mackay getting out and running towards the court.
Correct.
Now in the video, it's kind of a split screen. We have parking lot cam and the basketball cam, right?
Correct.
And that's showing Deshawn walking over to the car.
Correct.
And then Tyler running over, right?
Correct.
Now the bottom screen, we have Donovan running over.
Correct.
So at this point, it's hard to see, but the fight is occurring right in front of kind of where Ephraim is. Is that fair?
Yes, where Ephraim's looking, the fight's occurring.
So Ethan's friends are back in their vehicle and the defendants are walking back towards the basketball court.
Correct.
And it looks like the girlfriend's there too because there's 4 people, right?
Correct.
And again, showing now the boys are pulling the car up to where Ethan is on the ground.
Yes.
On the bottom split screen, we see, is it Donovan walking back towards the court?
Yes, that's Donovan. Outside.
He's the only one not in the basketball court now.
Correct.
On the top screen, we see Donovan approaching the car, right?
Correct.
The other 3 are still in the, well, actually, they're exiting the court now.
Yes.
In the bottom screen, you see the defendants approaching their vehicle again?
Yes.
And at about 5:17, the defendants are in the vehicle driving towards where Ethan's car is.
Yes. That's someone kicking the car.
You see the 2 people in McDonald's cam running away. That's Lamarian and Mackay.
Correct.
And there goes Ephraim, correct?
Correct.
And now we see Donovan Jones, who was chasing them.
Yes.
And from the videos, oh, there's Ephraim running across, correct?
Yes.
And from your review of the videos, where did Donovan Jones go after that, after chasing them?
He ran back towards the car right here and the silver SUV.
So
The car and the silver SUV.
So the defendant's vehicle then pulls out down that alley behind the McDonald's, picks up Donovan Jones,
Yes.
and then pulls out onto Valley.
Yes.
Okay. And this part of the compilation video, we're kind of going back for a second, where defendant's vehicle is seen on the right-hand side and Ethan's vehicle still in the middle, correct?
Yes.
I'm gonna play that. All right. And from your investigation, who's driving Ethan's vehicle at this point?
We believe it was Tyler.
And that right there you determined was throwing a cell phone?
Correct.
And that cell phone, was it recovered?
Yes.
And broken?
Yes.
So the different videos we've just seen, the two I Promise videos, as well as the McDonald's videos and the compilation video we just watched, which was State's Exhibit 33, do those fairly and accurately represent or show what occurred on June 2nd of 2022?
Yes.
And obviously these videos were very important to your investigation.
Yes.
Okay. So at this point, when you're reviewing the videos during your investigation, you don't have any names of any suspects, correct?
Correct.
And were the boys, Ephraim, Mackay, and Lamarian, were they able to, did they know who the suspects were?
No.
So they couldn't give you any names?
No.
So you have video, you don't have names, you have maybe a suspect's vehicle. Did you get any other videos of the area or the suspect's vehicle to try to determine whose it was?
Yeah, there's a car dealership on the other side of South Valley. We went and got video from there. And then some of the day shift crime scene unit guys knew of a couple of businesses who had video in the area. So they got video of their vehicle.
And were you able to determine, whose vehicle it was, or did the video assist you in that?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
On the video, you can see damage to the front right side, passenger side of the vehicle in the video, and then also when we later found the vehicle, the damage matched from the video.
All right. So through your investigation, whose vehicle did you determine that was the silver SUV leaving the scene?
Deshawn's.
Ms. Shiki, are we done with the lights at the moment?
Yes, sorry. Thank you. Okay. Since you didn't have any names at that point, you had a vehicle with some front end damage, didn't know whose it was. How did you further your investigation at that point?
We sent out items to the lab to be tested, and then we received multiple tips.
Tips?
Anonymous tips about who the subjects were, defendants were. So we had multiple people say it was Deshawn Stafford, Tyler Stafford, and Donovan Jones, and also Tyler's girlfriend.
And you did determine the relationship between Donovan Jones and the defendants?
Cousin.
So where was Deshawn's vehicle located?
515 North Howard.
And that's not very far from the scene, is it? North
No.
Howard? to be clear, the videos we saw, we just played for the jury, didn't actually show defendant's vehicle like close up to see that front end damage, right?
Correct.
What other videos did you have, to be specific, that you could see a closer view of the vehicle?
We had the Vanderveer video.
Vanderveer?
Yes, I believe that's the...
The car lot there?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And on that vehicle, that video, we don't have that here, where you could see a close-up view of the defendant's vehicle?
Not a close-up view, but a view in the distance, and you can clearly see damage on the passenger side.
What part?
Front passenger side.
Okay, front passenger side damage. And when a vehicle was located at Deshawn Stafford's house, that same vehicle with the front end damage was noted there?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I have nothing further. Thank you. Mr. Sen, go ahead.
Ms. Shooky, is this still, which one were you working off of, the USB drive?
No, it's on the download over there.
Yeah,
Which one do you need?
I'm going to use the compilation, stage 33. I just want to pull it up and then work with it. Thank you. Yep, perfect. Okay. Good morning, Detective.
Morning.
How are you today, sir?
Good, you?
Good. Detective, I am Attorney Johnson. I'm Deshawn's lawyer, and if I ask any questions that are confusing or you don't seem to understand, you can just ask me to rephrase them. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. Sir, I know that there are 3 different detectives assigned to this case. It looks like it is you, Detective Aber. I also see I see Officer Williams. I don't know if he's a detective. And I do know Detective Hornacek here. Can you tell me, is that accurate? There are 3 main guys working on this?
Yes.
Do you designate a lead detective?
We work on together, but Detective Hornacek kind of took the lead.
Okay. So, did you stay involved in this case to the same degree after the suspects were identified, or was that basically what you were involved in, is identifying the suspects?
No, I stayed with the case.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about this video. States 33. Now, you guys worked hard putting all the videos together into one video that we can kind of watch, correct?
Yes.
And in that video, it shows Ethan's car pulling up to the scene.
Yes.
And 2 individuals jumping out, right?
Yeah, they get out of the vehicle.
Okay. And I noticed you sped some things up and slowed some things down, but I guess I'm trying to get a handle on the real amount of time that passed without any type of interference from camera lag or some of the technology we use. So I'd like to play that for you if I could. And let me just see. I'm going to move it to where I think the prosecutor might have had it around 153. Let me see if I can find 153. Okay. There's a pause button on this thing when I need it. Okay, so I'm going to pause it right there if I can make a finger work. Yeah, I can't. Okay. So it's a little. Is there a mouse? We don't have a mouse, do we? Okay. So.
You want to go to 153?
Yeah, I think I'm there. I'm pretty close. I could probably work that pad thing if I had. I was at 149. And Detective, what I'm looking at is I'm looking at the number up here. Is that significant as it relates to the clock on the wall?
I'm sorry, what number are you looking at?
I guess I'm looking over here. Pause that. Thank you, Mr. Prosecutor. I don't know which one I want to look at, 155 or 0745. That's 2 different designations. I don't know which one the prosecutor was using, but that's one way to tell the passage of time when watching a videotape of this, correct?
Correct.
But it doesn't mean that it's 7:45 at night or 1:55 in the morning. That's not related in any way to this.
Correct.
So, would I be able to watch a set of those numbers and accurately be able to determine how much time passed on screen? If the video starts at 1:55 and it ends, say, at 2:01, can I count the seconds and have a reliable estimate about how much time passed in the real world?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm looking at 1:55 right here. And I'm going to start it, and I'm on the left side. It's 7:45 on the right side. But let's look at the left side because I can see that better. So at 2:01, I've got boys getting out of the car, right? 2:02?
Yes.
And they appear to be running down that sidewalk. Now it's 2:11. Now we've got Deshawn walking up with the basketball, and I'm going to go over some of these a little bit slower, but I want to put a time frame on it first. And we're at 2:35. We can assume that a fight's happening off screen here at 2:51.
Yes.
And now at 3:14, it looks like people are walking, that everything's over with from that. By 3:19, the three boys from the basketball court are now walking back towards the basketball court.
Correct.
Okay. So we've got a time frame of maybe from 2:01 to 3:15. So maybe a minute and 14 seconds is what this first series of events happened?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you're familiar, having been involved with this case, with the medical conclusions drawn by the autopsy report, correct?
Yes.
You know that Ethan was killed when his head hit the ground and hit the pavement. So, sadly enough, by a minute and 15 seconds in, Ethan's already at a point where if he's not dead, he's dying.
Correct.
Okay. So when we talk about all the events that occurred afterwards, and we will, those relate to other things and other possible issues. But in a minute and 15 seconds, whatever happened, it's irreversible, and Ethan's already, all the boys believe, knocked out. But what we find out later is a lot of serious damage is done, and it's non-recoverable. Is that safe?
Yes.
A minute and 15 seconds?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you some questions about this. Now, I see Ethan's car pull in, and it appears that two boys jump out, and they're not Ethan, right?
Correct.
Ethan remains in the vehicle,
Yes.
and these two boys run with these guns in their hand, these blaster guns, not real guns, these blaster guns in their hand, and they're running up and they're shooting at the boys on the court, correct?
Correct.
And the boys on the court, we can see them run.
Yes.
And you've been out there with me, I'm sorry, maybe you've been with me, but you've been out there, I've been out there. There's only one way in and out of that court. The only gate that's open is the one back towards the back.
Correct.
Okay. So the boys on the court, when the boys with the blaster gun come running down the alley with these things aimed, the boys on the court take off running for the exit.
Correct.
Now, from what I can see, the basketball court's well lit, and that's where the boys on the basketball court are, correct?
Correct.
But this parking lot area over here is pretty dark. Like running down that alley, it appears like, maybe not the parking lot, but the grass and the tree right here, that's somewhat of a dark area. Would you agree?
I agree with that.
So the boys looking out from the light are being confronted with other boys and these shooting at them coming out of the dark.
Yes.
And do you know whether the boys on the court actually immediately were able to get off the court, or whether they stopped on the court? I guess that's a confusing question. I'm gonna rephrase that. At some point, we see the two boys with the blaster guns turn around, joke's over, and start walking back to the car, or running back to the car.
Correct.
Do we know whether the other boys are still on the court, or whether they've run off the court at this time?
I believe the video shows them running off the court.
Okay, and they're running towards their vehicle.
I can't tell you where they're running to, but they're running off the court.
Okay. And at some point, we see the two boys get back in the car. Now, Ethan's remained in the car this entire time, correct?
Yes.
And we do see Deshawn come up to the vehicle. He doesn't appear to be walking, he doesn't appear to be running, he appears to be jogging with the basketball in his hand. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And at that point, all the boys are in the car. All Ethan and Ethan's the people who Ethan are all in the car, right?
Yes, I believe Ethan was outside the car while Deshawn was coming around the car.
I guess that's my question. I can't tell, and maybe you can tell me, when did Ethan get out of that car? And we can look at it, but maybe you've looked at it a million times. I'm going to look at it again here and see. All right. Okay, so I know I'm real far ahead. I got to go way back. I'm sorry. This is a little touchy, but I'll get it. Who's getting out on the passenger side?
The front passenger side, that is Ephraim.
And who got out on the back passenger, the back left side?
Mackay.
Okay. And where's Ethan right now? Inside or outside the vehicle?
Looks like he's inside the vehicle right now.
Now, Deshawn's walking over. What's in his hand?
Looks like basketball. And Ethan's outside the car right now.
Okay. So we know that all the boys were back in the car. So, let me ask this. Is it a 4-door or 2-door?
4-door.
So it's not a situation where someone's got to get out of the driver's seat, lift up the seat, and let someone back in. Ethan makes a choice, it appears, to step out of that vehicle.
Yes.
Okay. And it appears that he makes the choice because Deshawn's walking up to the vehicle. I'm going to phrase that. Is there any indication that there was any issue with the vehicle that it couldn't have just drove away after this prank was over?
Not that I know of, no.
So we can assume that Ethan got out for some reason, and when he got out, what did he have in his hand?
I believe a splatter bar, or one of those splatter guns.
Okay. Now, were you responsible for collecting these guns? And I know that you guys had to purchase another one to kind of use in court. Did you have anything to do with that?
No.
Are you aware that kids in Ethan's car, specifically Ephraim, says these guns fire 7 rounds a second? 7 BBs a second are coming out of that thing?
No.
Okay. If 7 BBs a second are coming out of this thing, let's see how many seconds, because, well, I'll rephrase that. What does Ethan do with this blaster gun as Deshawn approaches?
I don't know.
He's shooting him in the face, isn't he?
That's what Deshawn said, yes.
Well, that's not what Deshawn said. That's what everyone else said, right? That all the boys in the car, all of Ethan's friends said that Ethan gets out and as Deshawn's shooting.
I'd object, Your Honor.
I
He's
was
asking
going to
for
finish the
hearsay.
question. Yeah. Sustained, I guess.
Based on your investigation, is it your understanding that Ethan gets out of the car and starts shooting Deshawn in the face or not?
Yes, that Ethan got out of the car and started shooting Deshawn.
Okay. So Ethan gets out of the safety of the car and starts shooting Deshawn in the face as Deshawn is approaching, and we can say that it takes a couple seconds?
Yeah, a couple seconds.
Okay. So let's say 5 seconds. So 35 BBs to the face is what that gun can do in 5 seconds.
Yep. Sustained.
So as Ethan's firing this gun at Deshawn, apparently a tussle ensues. They both start fighting, right?
Yes.
And there's going to be a question as to whether or not Deshawn threw a punch or whether they talked back and forth for the gun. But this isn't where Ethan was killed by the car, right?
Objection to the question. Sequence involved in that question.
Yep. Rephrase, Mr. Sin.
There's an initial tussle between these two boys.
Correct.
That's not the tussle that caused Ethan's death. That's not the punch we're talking about.
No, not at the beginning.
Whatever happened back in that dark area.
Correct.
Now, Deshawn's 5'5", 135 pounds. Did you arrest him?
Yes.
His brother's the same?
Similar, yes.
Right. Ethan's, do you know what Ethan's height and weight is?
I do not know.
I told you, going into his junior year, his football stats have him 6'1", 180. He's a big guy and an athlete, correct?
I don't know what his stats were or his size.
Something happened in that parking lot in a 30-second time period where Ethan lost his life. He got punched, right?
Yes.
Is there any indication there was a bat or a club or brass knuckles or anything?
No.
It was a punch, and unfortunately, the pavement there, and that's the situation, as we understand it, right?
Yes.
Now, we see the boys within a minute and 15 seconds walking off.
Correct.
And then we're going to talk about a bunch of events that occurred afterwards. But as far as what this young man's charged with, that event occurred in that minute and 15 seconds.
Yes.
Okay. So, afterwards, well, let me ask you this, because there's been some allegations that there was some extended kicking and beating Ethan while he was down and that kind of stuff. You've heard those allegations that were out there originally, right?
Yeah, this witness has told us that.
Okay. But whatever happened within that minute and 15 seconds.
Yes.
There's no indication that afterwards, when the boys got in the car and the vehicle approached, and Donovan was kicking the window, and Donovan was chasing people, no one's messing with Ethan at that time, correct?
Correct.
So, we know that the boys walk back to the court, literally walk back to the court. You don't see them running back to the court. So you have Deshawn and his brother, they're not running back.
Correct.
And it's your understanding from everyone's account at that time, it seemed like there's been a fight, Ethan got knocked out.
Yes.
And his friends pull up the car, and they're trying to drag him into the car.
Yes.
And we saw some photographs and some medical pictures, and we saw some scrapes and some bruising, and we'll hear medical testimony, but we do know that these boys are wrestling with Ethan, who is unfortunately not assisting them. I hate to use the term dead weight, but at this point he's not able to assist them to get in the car, and they can't get him in. They're trying to drag him in, but they say he's too big and too tall, and they can't lift him.
Yes, they are attempting to get me in the vehicle.
Okay. And do you know how far they dragged him to try and get him in there?
No.
Do you know what efforts they made or what they may have had to do to the body to try and maneuver it?
No.
At some point, Donovan comes up and starts all kind of drama, right?
Yes.
Got his shirt off, he's kicking, he's punching boys, he's doing all kinds of stuff, right?
Correct.
Now, Donovan's not on trial today, is he?
No.
Donovan wasn't charged with Ethan's death.
Correct.
He was charged with some lesser stuff for what you saw in the video, And he pled guilty to it, and Donovan's role in this is over.
Objection.
If he knows.
Donovan took responsibility for what Donovan did.
Yes.
Okay. So, what we have to determine responsibility for is what happened in that minute and 15 seconds off that camera.
Correct.
Thank you very much, Detective.
Mr. Gallick?
Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
Donald Gallick, I represent Tyler Stafford. I'm just going to ask you a few questions about your testimony. One, is it my understanding all the videos that we watched, you were talking about on cross-examination with Mr. Sin, basically there's a minute and 15 seconds where there's the fight, let's say. Can we call it that?
Yes.
And not all of that is really clear on camera, is it?
No.
Okay. So, I mean, you had to rely on what, interviewing some of the people who were there?
Yes.
But you're also using these videos to try and put the puzzle pieces together.
Correct.
Sometimes I go out of order. Is my understanding the last person, you had suspects in this matter, right?
Yes.
And it turned out to be 3 suspects.
Correct.
Deshawn Stafford's one suspect.
Correct.
Tyler Stafford's suspect.
Correct.
2. And they had Donovan Jones.
Correct.
Is the last suspect to leave the fight scene, that's Donovan Jones?
To leave the fight scene?
Yes.
They all walked away together.
I thought I heard testimony that Donovan Jones remained behind for a bit.
He remained on the side of the basketball court, yes.
Okay. Well, then didn't we also see video of Donovan Jones chasing some of Ethan's friends elsewhere?
Yes.
Okay. Now we had some testimony about how Ethan's friends said they were trying to move him, or you see on the video they're trying to move him at some point.
They said they were trying to get him in the vehicle.
They're trying to put him in the vehicle.
Correct.
And did you know who was doing that? Can you tell who was doing that?
I don't know exactly who. No.
Okay. And they were unsuccessful.
Yes.
Okay. You were asked about how tall Ethan was or how tall this person was. You said you could not remember.
Correct.
If I were to produce an incident report, would that help?
Yes.
Remember that information? I'm just going to hand you, I'm not going to mark this, I'm just going to hand this as an incident report, and I'll just, give you a moment to flip through that, just so we can get these things figured out. I think, again, I'm not marking this, but I think this is a 10-page document. You know what this is, I'm guessing.
The incident report.
Okay. And you have some information here that I'm guessing was collected by various members of the Akron Police Department. Correct. About all of the not suspects, witnesses, everyone involved that's relevant, I'm guessing?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I think it starts off, I mean, it's the first person's listed as Donovan Jones, right?
I have Deshawn on this one.
Is he on? Well, I'm looking down. It looks like there's page numbers, maybe, unless I put them out of.
I found Donovan's.
Okay. Yeah, actually, it looks like Deshawn is on page 6, and he's right at the bottom of Donovan Jones. So Donovan Jones is the first person listed, right? If I may.
Yeah, this is all out of order.
Maybe I should give you my copy. Do that. trade you.
Okay.
Should have stayed. So it looks like it's Donovan Jones and then Deshawn, right?
Correct.
Okay. And is this tell us that Donovan Jones, he's 5'11"?
Correct.
Okay. And then it says Deshawn is 5'5".
Yes, that's what it
That's
says.
what they say. All right. And then Tyler is 5'6".
Yeah, that's what it says.
Right. Okay. And then Ethan Lining is listed as 6'1". Is that probably accurate?
Let me find it real quick.
Okay.
I don't see where it says his height
Oh.
for Ethan. Yeah, it's just not on there for me.
They have it on several. Well, that's a different page. They haven't listed a couple.
Yeah, it says 6'1", 165.
Okay. And then, so he's 6'1". And then Lamarian, is it Lamarian?
Lamarian. Yes.
Okay. And then he doesn't have a height and weight listed. And then was it, Mike, how do you say it? Michael, how do you say it? I'm sorry. Mackay Shady, he's 6'1". And then Ephraim Stefanco is 5'8".
Correct.
Is that right? Okay. I'll take it back. I'm sorry to have stated.
Yeah, okay.
So, I mean, is it correct that Deshawn and Tyler Stafford are the smallest people out there?
Yes.
Okay. And Ethan's over 6 feet, and Mr. Shady is over 6 feet.
Correct.
Okay. And Mr. Stefanco is 5'8".
Yes.
Okay. Just so we have that clear. I appreciate your time, Detective. Nothing further.
Thank you.
Redirect, Ms. Shuki.
Nothing further, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Detective. You may step down.
Thank you.
What did you think? All right, I think this is a good time to take a short break before we start with the other witnesses. So let's just take 10 minutes, report back to the jury room, 10:50, 10:52, something like that.
All right.
Okay. 15, Your Honor. 12.
12.
No, I have a plan. Let's get find one that works.
Parking for across my street. Yes.
And more specifically, I'd like to direct your attention to the evening hours. Do you remember where you were that evening?
I do.
Okay. Can you please tell the jury what was going on that night?
That evening, my wife and I were sitting outside and on our patio, and that evening, my son Ephraim decided to leave and go hang out with his friend Ethan. And as they left, they took their SplatRBall guns with them, and they were going to go to a friend's house and play around with them. And then that evening, seated on, and we got ready for bed. We went to bed, and right as we were doing that, Ephraim came running in, and
okay, sir, I'm sorry to.
I'm sorry, I didn't know.
Yeah, I'm going to slow you down just a touch. I appreciate you wanting to get the information out there, but you indicated that you and your wife were hanging out on the patio.
Yes.
Do you remember what time of day that would have been?
It was roughly between 9:30, 10 o'clock at night.
Okay. Do you know if it was dark out by that point or if it was still daylight hours?
It was starting to get dark, yeah, a little bit.
Okay.
A little bit of light.
And do you know if school was still in session at that time of year?
No, school, it was like the last day of school that day, I think it was.
Okay. And you mentioned that you have a son named Ephraim, is that correct?
Correct.
How old is he now?
He's 19.
Okay. Do you know how old he would have been then?
He would have been 17 then.
Okay. And I'm sorry, did you indicate that Ephraim was leaving the house at that time?
Yes.
Okay. Was that normal for him to do that?
Oh, sure. Yeah, it was first day of summer.
Okay. And you mentioned something about SplatRBall guns or something like that?
Yes.
Okay. How did you know that he was taking that with him?
He came out of the house and we saw he had it with him, yep, and we asked him what he was doing.
Okay. And did you recognize it as being a toy gun?
Oh, sure.
Okay. You didn't have to ask him, hey, Ephraim, what's that thing in your hands? No,
I knew exactly what it was.
Okay. And did it cause you concern that he had that?
No.
You indicated he was leaving the house with Ethan?
Correct.
And did you see Ethan at that time?
I didn't. He was in his car, parked outside of our house, but we saw him pull up, and so.
Okay. And do you know exactly where they were going that night?
We didn't exactly know. They just said they were going to go hang out with their friends and play with their SplatRBall guns.
Okay. And then I think you indicated that at some point in the evening, Ephraim came back to the house?
Yes.
Between the time he left the house and the time that he came back, did you communicate with him at all, either through calls or texts or anything else?
No.
Okay. So when he came back, how did you find him?
I'm sorry, what was that?
When he came, how did he come back to your house?
He came, running in and, was yelling and, came running upstairs and started kind of unloading everything that had just happened. His face was bloody. He was in a panic and a frenzy.
Okay. Was that a normal demeanor for him to have?
No, not at all.
Okay. And I'm sorry, did you say he was bloody?
Yeah, his face was bloody. Of course, we were instantly concerned and, asking a few questions, but yeah.
Okay. And when Ephraim came home that evening, where were you at the house?
We were in bed at that time, still awake, but we had just laid down.
Okay. Was it weird for him to come into your bedroom?
A little like that, yeah. It was in a panic, but it's not uncommon for him to
And did you have the lights on in the home so you could see him?
Oh, yes.
Were you able to determine where the blood came from at that time?
I don't quite remember, but it was just on his face. You know, I don't know if it was coming from his nose. I can't quite remember, but...
Okay. And did Ephraim tell you what happened that evening?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall specifically what he told you?
Yes, he had said that, gave a little bit of the rundown of being at the I Promise school and, shooting the splat guns, and that they were then attacked by some people, that he was punched in the face, and that Ethan had been knocked out, and they were chased off, and he ran home. He didn't have his phone, and he was scared, and yeah.
Okay. Do you remember if Ephraim was able to tell you names of who did this to him?
No.
Was he able to tell you how many people were at the I Promise school?
At that time, I don't know.
Was he able to tell you where his other buddies were at that time?
I don't quite recall.
Okay. Did he explain to you how he got home?
Yes, he said he had ran home from the I Promise school.
And did he explain that he just ran nonstop straight home?
He was stopping and going, hiding behind trees and buildings as he went. He was really scared.
So if you know, do you know why he was stopping and hiding?
He thought he was being chased and thought somebody was, after him to beat him up.
Okay. What did you do next?
After hearing that Ethan was still there, threw some clothes on and rushed down to the I Promise school as fast as I could.
Okay. Do you happen to know how quickly you were able to leave to go back to the I Promise school?
It was within a few minutes. I'm not quite sure.
Okay. And you mentioned that you rushed right down there. How did you rush right down there?
I got in my car and rushed down Aqueduct Avenue.
Okay. And why didn't you walk down to the school?
It's a little too far. It's probably maybe a mile or slightly more away. So.
Okay. Did Ephraim tell you where his phone was at that point?
I don't recall.
Okay. When you arrived at the I Promise school, what did you do?
I pulled up to the front of the building and got out. And I could tell there was police and ambulance there, and rushed up as far as I could before being stopped by the police.
Okay. And did you let the police officers know that you had some information for them?
Yes.
You mentioned that there were police officers there, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And I think you mentioned EMS personnel, is that right?
Yes.
Do you remember if there were other witnesses or anything present?
Slightly, no, I don't. I mean, slightly after I got there, another car pulled up with some people in it.
Okay, do you know who those folks were?
I didn't at the time, but I did later.
Okay, can you tell us who that was?
I'm not 100% sure, but it was either Mackay or Lamarion's family, I think.
Okay. You indicated that at some point the police stopped you from sort of coming into the scene, is that right?
Yes.
Were you able to look into the scene?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what you observed there?
It was dark, but I was kind of far away, but I could see a silhouette of a body on the ground.
Okay. And can you tell the jury where you were standing when this was going on?
I was near the front of the building of the I Promise School. Yeah.
Okay. And you indicated you could see the silhouette of a body?
There was a street lamp down that way, so I could see, people moving around. I could see, something on the ground, yes.
Okay. Were you aware that that was Ethan?
Yes.
Okay. How were you aware of that?
There was, police and ambulance there, and then, Ephraim told me that he was on the ground when they left, so.
Okay. Were you close enough to see, any injuries to Ethan?
No.
Do you know if that, I think you called it a street lamp, was giving off light?
Yeah, it was giving off some light, sure.
Okay. Could you see what the police and EMS were doing around Ethan's body?
No.
Okay. Had you met Ethan before?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell the jury how it is that you knew Ethan?
I knew Ethan and his family through wobble baseball, Little League baseball, and high school baseball and sports.
Okay. And had you ever met any of his family members?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the jury, if you will, please, if the extent of your relationship with them?
I knew them mainly from, going to baseball games and, rooting on the teams and, chit-chatting with them after work and, supporting the teams and Ephraim and Ethan.
Okay. Did you have any reservations about your son hanging out with Ethan?
No, not at all.
Okay. What do you know what your son's relationship with Ethan was?
They were good friends. They would on the side play basketball, and they would go to the I Promise School or Ethan's church sometimes to play basketball.
Okay. Do you know if your son looked up to Ethan?
He did. He. I think Ephraim, looked up to him and saw that, he was a good athlete. I think, Ephraim was always kind of striving to be at his level,
Okay. You mentioned that you were able to recognize the SplatRBall gun.
Yeah.
Is that what you call it, a SplatRBall, or is there another term that's, more...
I always knew it as a SplatRBall gun.
SplatRBall gun?
Mm-hmm. I think that was maybe the brand name.
Had you ever shot one of those?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell the jury how it was that you shot one of those?
Ephraim had it, and we would, play around with it in the backyard.
Okay. Do you know where Ephraim got it from?
He bought it from, some kind of chain store, Walmart, Target, somewhere like that, I think.
Okay. And did you ever shoot any people with it?
I never shot anybody with it, but I had been shot by it.
Okay. Who shot you with it?
Ephraim did.
Okay. And where did that take place?
At our home in the backyard.
Okay. Did it cause you concern when he shot you with it?
No, not really. I mean, it wasn't as aggressive as like what the airsoft guns they used to have those around, those little plastic pellet guns. It's like shooting Jello.
Okay. And do you recall if, when Ephraim shot you, if it hit your skin or clothing or both?
It hit both.
Okay. Do you recall if it hurt at all?
It had a minor sting, nothing that, it was like nothing that was gonna, drop you to the ground or anything like that, so.
Okay. And do you recall how far away Ephraim would have been from you when he shot you with that?
Kind of close, maybe within 8 feet or something.
8 feet away?
Yeah.
Do you remember if you saw Ethan's car at the I Promise school when you went down there?
I don't really recall.
Okay. Do you remember seeing any other vehicles that weren't cop cars or ambulances?
Yeah, I mean, just the police and ambulances at that time, it was kind of a frenzy, and I was pacing around and,
Okay. Sir, at some point, were you made aware that Ethan had passed away?
Yes.
Do you know when that was?
It was when I was at the I Promise school, and there was an officer there, and I kept asking him if he was okay. And I can't quite remember if he told me he wasn't okay or if it was just a look that he gave me, but yeah, I don't know an exact time.
Okay. And then did you at some point relay that information to Ephraim?
Yes, yeah, I called my wife, Tiffany, and Ephraim was at home at this point, and yeah, I told them because they were very concerned.
Okay. And then at some point, did you assist in coordinating, having Ephraim go speak with the police about, what he knew?
Yeah, there was the officer that I was talking to. I don't recall his name, but took some information and gave from me address and things, and then the police came to our home, and then we ran down some info, and then we went downtown here to the police station.
Great.
That's all the questions I have right now. Thank you.
Okay.
Good morning, sir.
Hi.
Thank you for being here today.
Sure.
Stefanco, am I pronouncing that right?
Stefanco.
How do you pronounce it?
Stefanco.
Okay, Mr. Stefanco, I'm Attorney John Sin, and I represent Sean Stafford in this case. And if you have any questions, if I ask you any questions that you don't understand, you can just ask me to try and rephrase them. Does that sound fair?
Sure.
Okay. You live here in Akron?
Yes.
And you've got a wife and a son?
Yes.
Any other kids?
No.
Okay. And how old's your boy?
He's currently 19.
And how old was he when this happened?
17.
Okay, he was 17 years old, so he was still a minor. Now, he went to the Firestone High School?
Yes.
Is that a big school?
Yes.
How many kids graduated in his graduating class?
Just guessing 300 plus.
Okay.
Could be wrong.
Okay, it's okay. And the day this happened, this was the last day of school?
I think so, yes.
Maybe a Friday night?
Can't recall the exact day.
Whatever it is, it's in your house with a 17-year-old going into summer is probably a big deal, right? He's waiting for summer vacation.
Yes.
And he's getting through his test, and as a concerned parent, you also have to be aware of whether he's going to be in school all day or what he's going to do for the summer. Did he have plans for the summer?
I don't recall.
Okay. Now, your son, is he athletic?
Yes.
What sports does he play?
He's played baseball, basketball.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, Firestone, that's an Akron public school, is it not?
Yes.
But it draws a lot of kids from different areas of Akron, is that safe to say?
I suppose.
Okay. I mean, you got kind of the kids that live out towards Fair Lawn, the West Akron crowd. Would you agree with that? Firestone's where the West Akron kids
Yeah,
go?
I don't really know the range of the area that kids come into that school, but
Do a lot of middle schools feed into this school, do you know?
I don't know.
Okay. But you do know that your son and Ethan had gone to school together for a long time?
Ethan and Ephraim had gone to school together, yes.
Okay. And they played sports together?
Correct.
And you got to know a lot about Ethan and his family?
Some, yes.
Okay. You get to know his dad and his mom and that kind of stuff?
Sure, yeah. We were acquaintances at all the games.
Okay. Did you guys ever travel for sports together?
Possibly. They played fall ball and things, so, I mean, it was local travel.
Okay. But as parents who have kids in sports know, you get to know the other parents and maybe you save them a seat and that kind of stuff, right?
Yes.
Did you ever coach any of the teams that Ethan was on?
No.
Okay. Did Ethan's dad ever coach your son?
I can't quite recall, but I don't think so.
Did you have an opportunity to go to any of the vigils that were held at Firestone after Ethan's death?
Yes.
Okay. And you've been following this matter, and you were asked to be here today to testify.
Yes.
And you feel that you know Ethan well enough to come in and testify to what kind of kid he is?
Yes.
And he's a good kid?
Yes.
Star athlete?
He was a good athlete, yeah.
Okay. Did you notice that about him? I mean, he was going into senior year. Was he going to be the starter quarterback?
That I don't know.
Okay. What about baseball? Did he? I mean, he was the quarterback for Firestone's junior year. You don't know if he was the starter or not. Were you aware he was the quarterback?
No, I was not aware of any of that.
Okay. Physically, is he a big guy, a little guy?
He's average sized kid, yeah.
Okay. If his football stats say 6'1", 180, 170, 180, is that about what you remember?
I don't really recall.
How big's your son?
He's 5'9", 150 pounds.
Okay. Is your son more of a leader or more of a follower at this point in his life?
I don't really know.
Okay. What about Ethan? As a quarterback, would it be safe to say he's had a lot of leadership potential?
I don't object, Your Honor. I don't think it's been established that he was a quarterback.
Okay. Your son looked up to Ethan, right?
I think so, yeah. I think he thought he was a good sports player, and yeah, he wanted to be that too.
And when your son was with Ethan, you approved of that, did you not? Good kid from a good family?
Yes.
Okay. And would they typically do what they were doing this night, which is Ethan swing by and pick up your son and then go do what they were going to do?
Yes.
Did Ephraim have a car?
Yes.
Okay. Would Ephraim drive Ethan, or would Ethan drive Ephraim most of the time?
I don't really recall.
How often would they go driving around together?
I don't really know.
What about the other two boys that were involved that night in Ethan's car? Do you know either one of them?
I knew them by name, just from Ephraim talking about going to play basketball at I Promise or elsewhere.
Would you agree with me that Ethan and Ephraim were closer friends than either one of them were to these other two boys?
Yes.
So on this night, the last night of school, first day of summer, they're going to go out and they're going to do what kids do, and you assume what? That they're going to go play with these blaster guns.
Yes.
And because of what you knew about Ethan, you had no concern about your son being with them in the car.
No.
Were you aware that Ethan was dealing marijuana?
No.
Were you aware that your son would drive around with him while Ethan would sell marijuana?
I would check.
Or I don't believe that's been established in evidence either.
Were you aware that on this night, your son drove with Ethan while he sold marijuana?
No.
Would that have caused you some concern if you'd known that?
Yeah, some minor concern, sure.
Yeah. I mean, nothing good comes of selling drugs, right?
No.
Not really what you want your son involved in if you could avoid it.
Sure.
Were you okay with his using marijuana?
Was I okay with who?
Did you know he was using marijuana?
Who?
Your son.
No, I did not.
Okay. Was it a surprise when you learned he was using marijuana?
Yeah.
Do you know that do you know where he got his marijuana from, your son?
No.
Would it surprise you that he got it from Ethan?
I'd object. He just indicated he didn't know.
Sustained.
Did you know about the TikTok challenge?
No, I didn't.
Did you know that your son and Ethan were doing the TikTok challenge, where they go out with these blaster guns and pretend to shoot people?
No.
Is that something you would have encouraged had you known they were doing it, or something you would have said, man, that's a bad idea?
I don't know.
You don't think it's a bad idea for kids to go with these blaster guns and pretend to do a drive-by on strangers and film it?
I mean, they're a glorified squirt gun, in my opinion.
Okay.
I've been, hit by squirt guns and paintball guns and
When you got hit with this squirt gun, did you know it was a squirt gun before you got hit with it?
Sure.
Think maybe that would change if you didn't know it was a squirt gun? If someone just ran up on you and started shooting something at you?
I don't know.
Well, you knew your son had this and he's a minor, right? You think he got it where, at Walmart?
Something like that.
Okay. And you know these things come with warning labels that specifically say it's not a toy. And adult supervision is required.
I'd object. That's not a question, Judge.
Did you know that?
Didn't.
Did you ensure that your son had adult supervision?
No. Everything comes with a warning label. Your bag of McDonald's probably has a warning label on it.
But this,
I'm going to supervise that, no.
But this is no big deal, right? This is just a toy.
Absolutely.
All right. Because I told you I bought one last night at Walmart.
All right, we're gonna have to do sidebar, objection.
Sidebar.
Well, sir, we're not going to shoot you with this thing. It probably doesn't, I don't think the court thinks that's a great idea to shoot you in the face with the thing that your son had on that basketball court that night. But can you see how these guns, these splat guns that fire at 250 feet per second,
Objection, Your
cause
Honor.
concern?
Sustained. You can ask him to assume things. I don't think any of that is in evidence.
Did you read the big warning label that came with this?
No.
Would you like to?
No.
Would you be surprised that the first thing it says is the product may be mistaken for an actual firearm by police officers? Wouldn't that be something you want to know before you let your kid go run around with this? Is that the company itself says it can be mistaken for a firearm by police officers and it's not a toy. Right? Your son says it feels like getting hit by a rubber band. Have you ever been hit repeatedly by a rubber band in the face in the dark?
You're asking me if I've been hit repeatedly with a rubber band in the face in the dark?
Yeah.
No, I've not.
I mean, you can see how these things cause consequences. It caused consequences right here in court, and it sure as hell caused consequences out there on that basketball
I would object,
court.
Your Honor. It's not a question. It's also calling for speculation.
Sustained.
You stand by your statement that you're good with your kid going out there and shooting this thing at strangers?
Object. It's already been asked and answered, Judge.
Are you good with that?
I would object again.
Well, he can answer.
Are you good with that? Even after what happened, are you good with the fact that your son and his friends go out there and shoot these splat guns at strangers?
I don't know.
I mean, it doesn't seem so funny today, does it?
I would object, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You're here as a state's witness, correct?
Yes.
Your son was involved in this just like everybody else, was he not?
Yes.
Did he get charged with one thing for his involvement? Did he get charged with any crime at all for starting this whole thing with the other boys in the car?
No.
No further questions.
Good morning, sir. Donald Gallagher, represents Tyler Stafford. Just a few questions. Look, let's do this with the weapons. You said you've been shot with these things, and what did you say? It felt like a minor sting. Was that your term?
Yes.
Okay. Have you been shot in the face with one?
No.
Been shot in the eye with one?
No.
Could that change your opinion?
Change my opinion on what?
It's like it's not a big deal. It's just a minor sting. No big deal.
I mean, I guess it just depends. Like you're comparing it to a paintball gun or a BB gun or something like that. But it wouldn't change my opinion that it's still a toy.
And sir, if you could just get a little closer to the mic.
Sorry.
You're saying it's still a toy.
It's still a toy.
You know, you already shot in the eye with it. It's still just a toy.
Right.
Okay. And you said that you saw Ethan Lining come pick your son up around, what do you say, 9:30 p.m.?
Roughly.
Around 9:30 p.m. And you said it was getting dark around that time?
Yes.
Okay. And you knew that your son had the splat gun with him. You saw him take it out?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that you didn't have any concerns about any of that?
No.
Okay. Now, your son at this time is 17 years old.
Yes.
Right. And I believe Ethan Lining, he's 17 as well, if you know.
Yeah. His name is Liming.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm trying to say that correctly. I apologize. Did your son have a curfew?
No.
Okay. So, I mean, for your son to go out at 9 or 10 o'clock at night, it was just a regular occurrence?
Yes.
Okay. And, I mean, did he come home after midnight sometimes?
Sometimes, but we usually communicated with him where he was going to be. He was typically at a friend's house and that kind of thing if it was after a certain time.
And did your son have a curfew when he was 16 or 15?
Yes.
Okay. So, but the curfew ended when he was 17?
Maybe.
You're not sure?
Yeah, it wasn't a real set thing. Just, again, it was depending on where he was.
Okay. Did you say that your son, you think your son went to the I Promise school at night on other occasions?
Yes.
Okay. Like to play basketball or do something else?
Yes.
What would that something else be?
Oh, I don't know. No, I mean, he always went there to play basketball. In fact, I went there with him one time to watch him play basketball with his friends prior.
Okay. At nighttime?
Yes.
All right. You were asked, I think on direct, after you learned that from your son that something really bad had happened, that you didn't walk down to the school, you drove down.
Yes.
Okay. You said you didn't walk down because it'd be a little too far.
Yes.
All right. But now at this time, what is it, 11 p.m. or later?
Yes.
I mean, is that a good area for you to be walking around in after 11 o'clock at night?
It's my neighborhood. We live there, so it's we're comfortable with it.
So you don't have any problems with any of the crime rate there? You're safe, you feel safe there?
I feel safe there, yes.
Okay. And I mean, I didn't catch, what was your actual street that you live on?
We live on a street called Hillsdale.
Hillsdale. Is that near Oakdale?
No.
Is it on the other side?
It's off of Aqueduct, which kind of dead ends into the I Promise school.
Okay. No further questions.
No further questions, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stefanco. You may step down.
We could approach.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Couldn't get out of the lift.
I think if you want to step head on back.
presence for your testimony.
All right. Please stand and sit.
All right, please be seated. At this time, I think the state of Ohio does have its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you want to walk right up to the judge for me?
Here, sir. Will you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Can you take the stand there?
Do you? Back, right? Have Ed scoot up a little bit. Ed. There we go. Okay, thanks. Good afternoon. Can you give us your name and spell your first and last name for us, please?
My name is Ephraim Stefanco, which is Ephrem. Last name is Stefanko.
All right. And Ephraim, how old are you?
I am 19 years old.
Okay. You live in the Akron area?
Yeah.
Lived in Akron your whole life?
Yes.
Okay. And are you in school or are you employed?
I'm going to Stark State College, and I'm employed, yeah.
Okay. And I think we just had your dad in here earlier, but your dad's name is Aaron, and what's your mom's name?
Tiffany.
Okay. And did you graduate high school in 2023?
Yeah.
Which high school?
Firestone.
Okay. You went there all 4 years?
I did.
And during your time there, did you know Ethan Liming?
I did.
All right. Tell us when you first met, or how did you first meet Ethan?
We played baseball together in middle school, and we were on a team together our 8th grade year, and then we went to high school together, and we played baseball together, basketball together, and we were just had some classes together.
Okay. So you sort of met in middle school and then had baseball together?
Yeah.
All right. Did you play football also?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did Ethan?
Yeah, he did.
So his last year at Firestone would have been his junior year?
Yeah.
Okay. When he was a junior, was he on the football team?
Yeah, he was.
Do you remember what position he played?
Tight end or on kickoff, the kickoff team as well, I think.
Okay, so not. Say it again. He was tight end and.
Tight end and on the kickoff team.
Okay, so he wasn't the quarterback?
No.
How would you describe your relationship with him?
We were good friends. We hung out a decent amount, went to concerts together. Yeah.
So would you see each other after school too?
Yeah.
And did you know his family?
I did, yeah.
Met his mom, Jennifer?
Yeah, mostly through baseball.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you meet his dad and his stepmom?
His dad.
Okay. And did you guys, you said you were, through baseball, you got to know them?
Yeah.
Parents? Okay. And does he have any siblings, Ethan?
Yeah, younger brother Noah.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 34. Can you just take a look at that for me and tell me if you recognize that, what's in that photograph?
Yeah, I do.
What is it?
Ethan. On his birthday.
Okay. Do you recognize it States 34 to be a photograph of Ethan. I'm going to put it just up on the overhead. And he was 17 when he died. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah,
And when this incident happened in June of 2022, how old were you?
I was 17 as well.
You said you played basketball with him?
Yeah.
Where would you guys play? Was it on a specific team or just for fun?
Yeah, we were on the Firestone freshman team, and also we'd go over to I Promise here and there and play.
All right, so where you live, how far away is that from I Promise?
Like 5 minutes, not even.
Driving?
Yeah.
Okay. And Ethan, he didn't live right near you, right? He lived a little further away?
Yeah, not too far.
Okay. So on June 2nd of 2022, we're going to talk about that, obviously. Was that you guys' last day of school?
It was, yeah.
Your last day of junior year?
Yeah.
Okay. And was there a plan after school for you and Ethan to get together?
He texted me later in the day asking if I wanted to hang out, and I said yeah.
Okay. What time was it that, let me ask you this. Did he come to you or did you go to him? How did you end up together that night?
He came and picked me up at my house.
Okay. He was driving that blue Kia?
Yeah.
All right. Picks you up at your house, and what's the plan?
Well, he told me that we were going to go get Makai and Lamarion, and I was fine with that. It wasn't in our original plans, but he told me, and I was friends with them as well. So.
All right, let me talk about them. So you said Makai, and what's his last name? Shady?
Yeah, Makai Shady. Yeah.
Okay. And how did you know Makai Shady then?
He went to Firestone as well, and sometimes he was up at I Promise playing basketball as well.
Okay, so you went to school with him?
Yeah.
How did you meet Makai?
I just been through school, having classes my freshman year with him.
Would you guys hang out, you and Makai, sometimes?
Not really. Only like me and Ethan would go play basketball at I Promise. Makai might be there. But yeah.
Okay. And how about Lamarion Dancy? How do you know him?
From school as well, playing basketball at I Promise as well.
All right. So it's fair to say the four of you would go up to the I Promise school to play basketball?
Yeah.
And do you know where that Lamarion lived pretty close by, I think, to I Promise?
Yeah.
So on June 2nd of 2022, you said that Ethan came and picked you up. And what time of day was that?
I'm going to say around 9, or just like, I know like it was dark out.
Okay, it was dark.
So.
All right. And after he picked you up, I think I already asked you in a way, but what was the plan? You're just going to hang out?
Just hang out.
Okay. And when you got in the car with you, did you bring anything with you?
Yeah, I had the SplatRBall gun.
You have one yourself?
Yeah.
Or had one? Okay. So you had yours, and did Ethan have one as well?
He did, yeah.
Okay. What would you guys, have you used these SplatRBall guns before?
Yeah, like we would shoot each other, just shoot our friends with them. Yeah.
All right. So he picks you up, and where do you go?
We drive to either Lamarion or Makai's house. I'm not too sure which one, but they were together.
All right. And the home that you went to, was that near the I Promise school?
It was, yeah.
And when you get to that house, you're not sure if it's Lamarion's or Makai's?
Yeah, I'm not too sure.
All right. When you get there, tell us what happens?
So they were we knew that they were going to come out the house because Ethan had texted them. And so he was like, let's prank them, let's shoot them with the guns as well. And so that's what happened. We shot them, whatever, and then we got in the car.
All four of you got in the car?
Yeah.
And you said you shot both Lamarion and Makai with the SplatRBall guns?
Yeah.
And what was their reaction, I guess?
Not much. It's you get shot, it's like a tiny sting, whatever. He just kept on.
Okay, so it was joking? You guys were joking around?
Yeah.
All right. The gel gun, splat ball gun. What does it shoot?
It's like little Orbeez.
Describe what that is for the jury.
It's like, if you've ever been to a restaurant or whatever, like they have like, it's like you put them, they're like little beads, you put them in water, and they like expand into like gel balls.
Go ahead.
But it's like, I don't know, if they have them like in like the little plants or whatever, like at a restaurant.
Oh, so you're saying like in a vase, they might have those little gel balls with water, and then you put flowers or whatever in there?
Yeah.
Okay. So they expand with having been soaked in water?
Yes.
And you guys obviously had those gel balls with you.
Yeah, we like put them in a water bottle.
And why do they go in a water bottle?
Just cause like you make them in like a bag of water, so they expand, and then you just like dump them into the water bottle. So then it's just like, it's like extra ammo or whatever.
And then how do you load them into the splat ball gun?
It's like, there's like a little like orange clip on it, and it comes off, and like you flip open a lid, and then you just like pour them in.
So you had one on your own, and then Ethan had one.
Yeah.
Okay. Who brought the beads to shoot the guns? Both of you or one of you?
Both of us.
So you brought your own gel balls, and he brought his?
Yeah.
And there's been talk in the past about these things being frozen. Were they frozen?
No, it's impossible to freeze them and to have them work in the gun.
Why is that?
Because you make them in like a clump, and I mean, water freezes. They would all freeze together. I mean, it's impossible to break them off one by one or have them form one by one. And also for them to even shoot in the gun and then be frozen, it wouldn't work.
Okay. That would be 36. All right, I'm going to show you some exhibits that we've marked here. Oh, could you make that one 36, please? This is exhibit 35. Can you kind of take a look at that and tell me what it is?
So it's like the gel ball gun, and am I allowed to like pick it up? All right. So the clip goes in like right here, which is where you like put the beads or whatever. There's a sight. I don't know. It's just like a normal toy gun.
Okay. Does this appear to be like the one you had that night?
Yeah, it's the exact same one.
And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 36. And where did you get your splat ball gun?
Walmart.
Okay, so this is State's Exhibit 36. Do you recognize what's in that, in State's Exhibit 36?
Yeah.
What is it?
It's the balls or whatever.
Say it again?
It was the Orbeez.
Okay.
The gel balls.
So these are like the balls that you would put in the gun and they come out?
Yes.
All right. So you said you both have one of these bottles?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so you pick up Lamarian and Mackay. You say you kind of like jokingly shoot them with the guns, and you guys get in the car.
Yeah.
And what do you do right after you get in the car?
Well, like we had like marijuana, and we like started like smoking that, and then we started to drive.
Okay. And we wondered if you had marijuana in the car?
Yeah.
All right. Where do you go to smoke the marijuana? Or are you driving? Are you parked somewhere?
At first we were parked, and then like we just started to drive.
All right. And Whose marijuana? Who brought it?
I think Ethan.
Okay. Did you guys smoke marijuana together in the past?
Like times before, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. You said you started to drive. Was there a place you were, we're going to drive to this place and do this, or what was the idea there?
No, we were just gonna like drive around.
Okay. Tell us what happens as you're driving around.
We were just like talking, whatever, and then we drive around like onto Market, and then we like see that there's people like at I Promise.
People where?
Like at I Promise.
Okay, you see from the road there's people at I Promise?
Yeah.
And where are those people?
On the basketball court.
And that's well lit, the basketball court?
Yeah, because it was like nighttime, so they got lights out there.
All right. So you see people on the basketball court at I Promise, and Ethan's driving, right?
Yeah.
And what do you do next?
We pull into I Promise.
Okay, and is there a discussion of why you're pulling in there?
I mean, we're just gonna like shoot the balls out the window or whatever.
From the SplatRBall gun?
Yeah.
And the plan was to shoot the people that were at the I Promise on the court?
I mean, yeah.
So let me ask you this. Was the plan that night, we're gonna do some TikTok challenge and film it?
No, not film it. I don't think it's a TikTok challenge either.
You did what?
It's like, we weren't gonna film it, or like, it's not a challenge.
Okay. So no one's videotaping. The plan wasn't to put it on TikTok after you did it?
No.
Okay, it was just to, unfortunately, sneak up on some people and shoot the gel balls at them.
I guess.
Okay. And obviously now, and then, too, not a very good idea.
No, yeah, bad idea.
So you guys pull in, or Ethan pulls into the lot. Can you tell us in the car, so he's driving, Ethan's driving, where are you?
I'm in the passenger.
Front seat passenger?
Yeah, front seat passenger, yeah.
Okay, and do you recall where Makai and Lamarian are?
I think Makai's behind Ethan in the back seat, and then Lamarion's in behind me.
Lamarian's behind you?
Yeah.
Okay. So you pull in, and is the car, do you park the car?
Yeah.
Ethan, not you, does Ethan park the car?
Yeah, he does.
Okay, and what, is anything being said in the car? Like, who's gonna shoot, or who had the guns?
It was like, I had mine, and then Ethan like passed his back to Makai.
Okay. And what'd you guys do?
So he parked, like, I thought we were just gonna drive by, but he like parked it, and so like we got out.
Who's we?
Me and Makai.
You got out of the car?
Yeah.
And what did you do?
We just like walked up to the edge of the fence, and we're just like shooting the gel balls through the fence.
Into the basketball court?
Yeah.
Did you know the people on the court?
I did not know.
Did you recognize them at all?
No.
All right, so you're shooting the gel balls into the court. What happens as you're doing that?
They kind of like back up to the other side of the court. And as like when they back up, we start to back up, go back to the car.
Okay. Is anything being said? Are you saying anything to them as you're shooting the gel balls into the court?
No, we're not saying anything.
Okay. Were they saying anything to you?
At the time, like when we first started shooting, no, I don't think so.
Okay. So you head back to the car?
Yeah.
And what happens then?
They start coming out the sides, like, of the fence. I think it was, like, Donovon Jones was the person who started, like, first approaching the car.
Okay, so when you say they, they're coming out the court entrance there?
Yeah, it's, like, on the far side. It's not on the entrance.
All right. And how many people were on the court at that time?
4.
Okay. Fair to say 3 males and a female?
Yeah.
All right, so who starts to come out of the court towards the car?
Donovon Jones.
Okay, anybody else?
I'm not too sure.
Okay, so they are all 3 men then go coming out of the court towards the car?
Like, Donovon Jones, the person who, like, immediately kind of started coming after, and then the other 2 did a little, like not even a minute after that.
Start coming towards the car?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you getting back in the car? Are you still out of the car?
So as I saw them approaching, I got back in the car on the front passenger side, and Makai got in on the other side, and I think Makai just like gave Ethan his gun back.
I'm sorry?
He gave Ethan his gun back.
Okay, so Makai's getting in behind Ethan in the driver's side.
Yeah.
And you get back into the front seat, passenger side.
Yes.
Okay. What happens after that?
So Donovan Jones starts like approaching the car, and so at this point Ethan like gets out of the driver's seat with the gun, and like they start like fighting over the gun and fighting each other.
Okay, so let's you say they. So how many people of the men there at the court, how many people are at the car when they start fighting over the gun?
Just Donovan Jones right now, just him right now.
You said Donovan Jones started fighting over the gun?
Yes.
Okay, then what happens?
They like just start like going like back and forth, and then other two come in and start fighting and like jumping him.
Okay, so who at this point is Ethan? Of the four of you guys from Ethan's car,
Yeah.
who's fighting?
Like Ethan, like versus all of them.
Versus all of them, meaning how many people?
Like three.
Three.
Yeah.
And did you later learn the names of all three of them?
Yeah.
Okay. What in terms of fighting? I guess let's start with if it's. So it starts out as 1-on-1 and then ends up being 2 or 3-on-1?
Yeah, it's like 3-on-1 after that, after the 1-on-1.
And when you say fighting, what body parts are we talking about?
I mean, just like throwing punches.
Okay. Who is throwing punches?
I can't really tell from just everybody basically.
Okay, so Ethan's throwing punches?
I mean, just to defend himself, yeah.
Okay, and the other three are also throwing punches?
Yes.
And is that happening right outside the car?
No, it's like, it started outside the car, the 1-on-1. It kind of like escalated down towards the farther end of the parking lot.
And I think you said at first it started over kind of a grabbing at or the gun itself, the SplatRBall gun. Did you see anybody shoot the gun?
Like when he was approaching the car at first, I think Ethan kind of like shot a couple times at him.
Okay.
But like in a joking manner, not in like, this gun isn't going to hurt you if somebody's approaching you. It's not going to like hold somebody back.
What, and why would you say that Ethan was shooting the gun in a joking manner? How did you know that?
I mean, it wasn't like, when somebody's going to fight another person, they're not going to shoot a jug gun at them. Like, it's like, you can tell when somebody's like, when two people are going to like go at each other.
So what was Ethan's demeanor at that time?
Just like normal, like almost like jokingly.
Okay. So the fight used to kind of moves away from the car. About, can you tell about how far from the car the fight moved away?
Maybe like 15, 20 feet.
I'm sorry?
15 or 20 feet.
Okay. And can you still see the fight going on from where you are?
Yeah.
Are you inside or outside the car at this time?
I'm outside the car.
So you got out?
Yeah.
Okay. And it's Ethan, and it's still, how many people fighting Ethan?
3.
3. I guess take us through like what you see going on with the fight.
So it's just like, it's kind of like, from where I was standing, it's just like a ball of people, and then Ethan gets like knocked out, and then he's on the ground, and then they're like stomping and kicking.
So you say Ethan gets knocked out or to the ground?
Yes.
Did you see him fall to the ground?
Yes.
Did he move or get back up after that?
No.
And you said we're still talking 2 or 3 people?
3.
3. And as Ethan's passed out on the ground, describe what they're doing.
Like kicking him, stomping him.
Anybody punching him at that point?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. And obviously he's not getting back up and...
Yeah, no.
Okay. How does that kicking him when he's on the ground or stomping him when he's on the ground, how does that end?
I mean, like after, like, obviously you can tell like he's unconscious, so after a while they stop and then walk away.
Okay, where do they walk to?
Like back over towards the back half of like the parking lot near the basketball court.
Okay, and what do you do?
That's when like Makai gets in the like driver's seat and drives over because we were trying to get Ethan out of there.
Okay, so Makai gets in the driver's seat. Are you back in the passenger front seat?
Yeah.
Where's Lamarian?
Lamarian kind of like, he was like halfway between when they were fighting, and then he kind of like went down, like as they were walking away, like over Ethan kind of.
Okay, so Lamarian is out of the car during the fight for some part of it?
Yeah.
And then he walks towards Ethan?
Yes.
As defendants are walking away?
Yes.
All right. Do you see what Lamarian's doing over by Ethan?
I mean, just like standing, crouching. Yeah.
Say that again for me, I'm
like
sorry.
Standing, and just like near where he was laying at.
Okay, so Mackay then does what with the car?
So we were up near the basketball court still, like where we originally parked the car. I was there as well. We both get in the car, drive down to where Ethan was laying at.
Okay, and where Ethan was laying, he was kind of, fair to say, under that kind of one lamppost that's there?
Yeah.
What do you guys do when you get over to him?
We're kind of like, we're trying to get him into the car because we know that, like, we thought he just got knocked out at the time. And so we were gonna like try to just like get him in the car. Like, we didn't want to be there anymore. We never wanted to like fight these guys. And so we just wanted to like get him help, get him out of there and go.
Okay. Were you able to get him in the car?
No.
What did you move him at all?
Like we tried to, and then like Donovan Jones came back over to stop us from doing that.
Okay, so you say Donovan Jones comes back over to you guys where you're trying to get Ethan in the car?
Yeah.
And what happens?
So Mackay has his door open, like seeing what's going on, and Donovan Jones like kind of like is just like resting over the top, like leaning on his car and like preventing us from getting him in there.
Okay. Donovan Jones is there. Is any of the other two from the court, do they come over to the car?
Not till like a little bit after, like he originally comes over.
Okay. And the other two then come over and join Donovan at the car, at the Ethan's car?
Yeah.
And what is happening then when they're all three back at the car?
So, well, Donovan's like kind of getting after Mackay, like saying stuff to him, and you can hear in like the 911 call that Mackay is saying, "I don't want to fight you. I don't want to do like we just like basically just like leave us alone." And Donovan Jones is like not like letting us like get this, like not letting us get Ethan in the car, and so Mackay tells me to call 911. And that's when like Donovan was like just like kind of like reaching in, like grabbing, and then he punched me in the face, and I dropped the phone.
Okay, so you do make a 911 call?
Yes.
All right. When is it that the other two basketball players come over to the car?
I'm not sure if it's like before or after the 911 call, but I just remember one of the Stafford brothers was like running up and like kicking the car window like on my side because they were trying to get us out, and like I wasn't gonna get out, and so he would like run up and like lungefully like kick the window, like trying to break it in.
Okay, so you have Donovan on one side of the car, Mackay's side where he's driving, right?
Yeah.
And you have, is it Deshawn on the other side, or which one?
I'm not sure.
Okay, so one of the Stafford brothers is trying to kick the window of your window.
Yeah.
And all three of you now are back in the car?
Lamarion's not in the car. He's still out, kind of. Or he's like kind of like near the outside of the car.
Okay. And what is what are defendants saying? Like, what's happening when the window's getting kicked?
They're just telling us to like get out the car, and we're saying like we don't want to fight y'all, like leave us alone. But they're just like insisting that we get out the car and that we fight them.
Okay, so what happens then?
So, like I said, I got punched, dropped in the phone. As Donovan Jones was like trying to like come in and get after us, and then I look over and like Mackay and Lamarion are just running. So I opened up the door, like the passenger side door, to get out. And whichever Stafford brother was like kicking the window, he was like, give me like the gel gun. And so as I got out, he took the gun and like hit me over the head, and then I ran like away through like the drive-through of the McDonald's, and Donovan Jones was like chasing after me.
Okay. And of the two Stafford brothers that are here, you don't know which one it was that hit you with the gun on the head?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay. So why was it that you ran?
I mean, I was the only one left, and I saw the other two do that, so that's what I did.
So we know Donovan Jones was saying stuff about trying to fight you. Were the Stafford brothers doing the same thing?
I'm not too sure. I just heard yelling. Kind of like when it first happened, they were like saying, "Don't make me go get my gun. Don't make me go get my 9."
Go ahead. You can. What were you saying? Go ahead.
So, like, those were like all that they were saying. Oh, and also like when I was running away, they're like, "This is my car now," talking about Ethan's car.
Okay. Did you see as you were running away what happened with Ethan's car?
No.
Okay. Do you know what happens to the two splat guns?
I just know that one of the Stafford brothers took one from me.
When you run through the McDonald's parking lot, where are you going? What's on your mind?
I just wanted to like get to market, maybe like have people see me, or like get help, and also it's like I just wanted to like go like run home.
Okay. And how far is your house from there? If you're running home, how long did it take you?
Probably like 15 minutes, 20 minutes.
Okay.
Maybe longer.
And as are you running straight home, or what were you doing?
Yeah, I was just like running straight home.
Okay. Did you see, after you ran away, did you see the defendants again?
No, like I didn't know if they were gonna try to like chase me down. So like, whenever a car would come up behind me, I would just like either duck into like behind a tree or just like try to like not be like on the main street. But I did not see them after that. No.
All right. And when you get home, what do you do?
I run upstairs, and I just go get my parents. Yeah.
Okay, you told them what happened?
I mean, yeah, like my face was all bloody, so they were kind of already like freaking out. And I told them what happened, and I just said that I'm not sure what happened to Ethan.
Okay. All right. Later, I guess after your dad goes to the scene and talks with police, you make a statement to the police. You go down to the police department and talk to them?
Yeah.
Okay. Described, I guess it had just happened pretty much, right?
Yeah, well, like my dad went down to like try and help, and then he like made a statement to the police and said that I was there. So then the police came and picked me up. And I went down to the police station with Lamarion and Mackay.
All right. At what point did you learn that Ethan had actually died?
Sorry.
All right,
my dad called my mom and said that Ethan died, and I just knew from my mom's reaction what happened. I kind of just dropped to the floor and I didn't know what to do.
When you last saw Ethan, he was on the ground, right? Did you see what he looked like, what his face looked like, or anything like that?
No.
You never got that close to see that?
Yeah, no.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna, you said you made a 911 call, and we're gonna go ahead and play that for you. So tell us if you recognize it. called 911 from your phone?
Yeah.
And where did your phone end up, if you know?
I'm not sure. Somewhere in the car because I dropped it when I got hit.
Okay. So this is gonna be marked as State's Exhibit, what,
37.
37? We're gonna go ahead and play State's Exhibit 37.
June 2nd, 2022, 22 hours, 43 minutes, 34 seconds.
Akron 911, what's the location of your emergency?
Oh, we're at King School, or no, we're at the I Promise School in Akron, Ohio.
Okay.
Our friend just got knocked out.
Okay.
We don't know what to do.
What is your name?
My name is Ephraim Stefanco.
Okay, is there a fight happening there now?
Hey, man. We're sorry, man. We didn't mean it. Sorry, what was that?
Is there a fight going on?
There was.
Okay, are the other people still there?
Yeah, it's all good. It's okay, though. It's cool now. It's cool now.
Okay, is your friend unconscious?
Yeah.
Is he breathing?
Is he breathing? Yeah, he's breathing. He's breathing.
Okay. Are you with him now?
Yeah.
How old is he?
I'm not trying to fight, though.
How old is he?
What was that? I can't fight. I can't.
How old is he? Hello?
He's 17.
He's 17? Hello, are you still here?
We'll stop it at 1:27. So we hear some voices in the background, and we hear some, just, I guess, movement or something. Describe what's happening.
Like I kind of said before, Makai told me to call 911, and like I said, Donovan Jones was trying to get in at us. So Makai had backed up on top of me, almost on the center console, just trying to get away from this guy. And you can kind of hear him say, we're not trying to fight y'all. We don't want to fight y'all.
That's what Makai's saying.
Yes.
And then you say something like, it's cool now. What is that about? What do you mean?
I mean, when people are trying to get you, you don't want to be I just wanted to calm the situation. I didn't want them to think I was I just wanted to make the situation calmer.
So are you saying it's cool now to them?
Yeah. Kind of to both almost. I was almost reassuring yeah, it's cool, but also to the person on the phone.
Okay. So when you're saying it's cool, it's directed towards the Stafford brothers and Donovan Jones?
Yeah.
Trying to kind of, correct me if I'm wrong, just kind of cool the situation down?
Yes.
Cool, it's okay?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and I think then right at the end here, what happens to your phone call?
Well, I just get punched and I drop it, so I guess it didn't hang up, so.
Okay, so if I resume at 1:27,
Sure.
I think caller's asking if you're still there.
Hello?
And then you didn't have any other contact with 911 after that?
No.
Okay. So obviously that's your voice, and that fairly inaccurately is a fair and accurate recording of your 911 call that night?
Yeah.
And you said you were bleeding, or have you? Did you have what were you bleeding from, or what was the injury?
Oh, just had scratches on my hand because he was just trying to get in there at anything, and I got punched just right in the face, so I had just a swollen lip and a bloody nose.
So you guys said that you played basketball at the I Promise School before.
Yeah.
The shooting at people in the court, was that the first time that ever happened?
Yeah.
What about when you guys were on the court?
Had anybody come there?
To shoot at you?
Yeah, before. Like one time, just like somebody, like one of our friends from Firestone, like had a SplatRBall gun as well, and they just like wanted to mess around.
So they did the I Promise school to shoot at you?
Yeah, like when I was playing basketball there one time.
All right. I have to figure out what number this is. We're going to show you what we previously marked as State's Exhibit 33. You know that there's videos from the I Promise school that night, right?
Oh, yeah.
And you've seen those before today?
Yes.
So this is State's Exhibit 33. I'm going to play it, and then as we go along, ask you some questions about it, okay?
Okay.
And you can see it probably on your screen right there. I'm going to jump ahead in the video. On the counter down below to back up a little bit. Here we go, sorry. Okay, so when you guys pull in, I'm going to start there, right about at 1:42. Okay, you see Ethan pulling his car in there?
Yeah.
You said you were front seat passenger, so are you getting out right now?
I am, yeah.
All right, and you see you got the splat blaster, you and Mackay?
Yeah.
And you're the one who runs a little further, like you're still running right now?
Yeah.
And what was their reaction when you shot the splat blaster at them in the court?
They kind of just went to the other side of the court.
And you said you're not saying anything when you're doing that?
Yeah, no.
All right, we see you get back in the vehicle, right?
Yeah.
Now, the person running over with the basketball, do you know who that was?
Donovan Jones.
Is that your memory of it? Or?
Yeah, it's my memory of it.
All right, so one person's there, and now we have another, one of the Stafford brothers coming over? Is that fair?
Yeah.
So you're out of the vehicle. What's happening?
So this is when they started, like, all going, like jumping in, basically.
That's you kind of walking to the front of the vehicle?
Yeah.
All right, so that's you getting in the vehicle?
Yeah.
So Mackay is now getting in the front seat, and he's the one driving over towards Ethan, right?
Yeah.
Now that person walking back over to your car, I think you said that was Donovan Jones?
Yeah.
So you're still in the front. Do you get out to try to get Ethan in the car, or how does that work?
No, I stayed in.
So it's Mackay and Lamarian?
Yeah.
I'm going to stop it at 412. I'm actually going to back it up. 142. So when you get out and you're running over there, that's kind of on that little sidewalk area, or is it on the grass, what you're running on?
Yeah.
Which one?
It's like the sidewalk leading up to the entrance, and then there's like a grass hill kind of going down.
Now, I think you stated just a little while ago, oh, hold on, let's get to it, sorry. You're running back. And that first person running over, you stated that's Donovan Jones?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Well, that would be my question. Are you sure? Because I think at another point, maybe you said it was somebody else. Do you remember for certain today which one it was that ran over first?
No, I'm not sure.
Okay. So when you run off, you head sort of, I guess, to that bright area to the left of the screen. That's where the McDonald's is?
Yeah.
And as you're running away, do you see Ethan? Do you see what state he's in at that time?
No.
Okay. So you used the name Donovan Jones here in your testimony. Did you know that person? Did you know him prior to this event?
No.
So you learned his name from like law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay. When you guys were running over there and shooting into the court, could you tell or do you know if the gel balls hit any of the people on the basketball court?
No.
You don't know, or you?
Like they didn't. Yeah, I don't know if it hit or not.
Okay. The first person who runs over to the car, that we see in the video come over to the car, do you remember what they look like or give any kind of description of them when you were talking to police?
No, I couldn't.
Sorry?
I couldn't remember, no.
You can't remember now
No,
what they look like? Okay. And in regard to Donovan Jones, do you recall what he was wearing at all?
And he didn't have like a shirt on.
He did not have a shirt on?
Yeah, no.
What about the Stafford brothers? Did they have shirts on?
I think so.
Say it again for me.
Like, I think so, but I can't fully remember.
Okay. Okay, I don't have any further questions for you, but both these gentlemen may.
Go ahead, Mr. Sin.
Hello. Good afternoon. Is it Ephraim or Ephraim?
Ephraim.
Hi, Ephraim. My name's John Sin, and I am one of the attorneys in this case, and I'm going to ask you some questions. If I ask you anything that doesn't make sense or feels like I'm trying to trick you, you can just stop me and I'll try and rephrase you. Is that okay?
Yeah.
How old are you?
19.
You were 17 back then?
Yeah.
And you're going to Stark State?
I am, yeah.
Good for you. What are you taking up?
Psychology.
Okay. And Ethan and you have been pretty good friends for lots of years.
Yeah.
And I can tell you're getting pretty emotional even thinking about that, so I honestly am very sorry for your loss. It can't be easy losing a friend. Is this the first friend you've ever lost?
Yeah.
Okay. You were talking to the prosecutor, and you're talking about Ethan being an athlete, and I know that he was a baseball player and a football player. Is that true?
Yeah.
Did you play baseball and football with him, or just baseball?
Just baseball.
Okay. There's a website called Max Preps, and that tells me stats, and that says that Ethan was varsity baseball number 11. Is that what you remember?
Yes.
It also says that Ethan was varsity football number 12. Is that what you remember?
Yes.
And then it says QB and MLB. I took that to mean quarterback and maybe middle linebacker. Did Ethan want to be a quarterback?
I remember him playing quarterback like on JV, maybe his sophomore year, but
Okay.
not on varsity, no.
Okay. But he was going into his senior year, and I guess summer camp and all that stuff, they don't really determine who's going to be senior year until senior year.
Yeah, no.
I'm not a football player either. Okay. So you and Ethan have been friends for a long time, and as you know, you've had over a year to kind of live with this situation and grieve and all this stuff, and now we're in court and we're just trying to get things straight. And so some things have come out that are uncomfortable to talk about, but we got to talk about it. Okay. One thing is there's marijuana, and I bet I smoked marijuana at your age and you smoke, but you smoked marijuana, right?
I did on that night, yes.
Okay. And it is not a secret that Ethan was selling marijuana that night.
He didn't tell me that we were going to do that.
Okay.
But
I know, and I know it's uncomfortable. You said earlier that you I think your words were that I think Ethan brought marijuana, but you know who brought the marijuana that night, right?
other people could have brought it in, I'm not sure.
Okay. So if the other boys from the car say that they had texted Ethan to buy marijuana, and they're out in the hallway, they're going to testify, right? If they say that they texted Ethan to buy marijuana, that Ethan was delivering the marijuana and you were sitting next to him, are you saying that you had no knowledge that he was selling marijuana that night?
I didn't know.
Okay.
I knew that we were going to go smoke with them, but it's not like the dealing part. I didn't know that.
How did you know you guys were going to go smoke?
He told me.
Okay. So he said, we're going to go smoke with these two guys.
Yeah.
And you know these guys, but they're not guys that you run with on a regular basis. Is that accurate?
I mean, yeah, not often, no.
Okay. Ethan picks you up and you're just going to ride sidekick for the night, basically?
Basically, yeah.
Did you have your own weed?
No.
Okay. So Ethan tells you you're going to smoke and you're going to go, and then you gave some statements earlier that we've gotten. You said that you were kind of surprised, or at least you didn't know you were going to see the other two boys until you were in the driveway.
I knew that we were going to get them.
Okay. Were you present the whole time?
Yes.
With them? Okay. Tell us about the actual transaction with the marijuana. How did that happen, and what did you observe?
I mean, like I said, we just shot at them with the SplatRBall gun, and then they got in the car and we were just rolling the weed.
They do what?
We were rolling the weed.
Rolling the weed, okay. But those guys were purchasing weed. Do you know how much they were purchasing?
No.
Did you see them purchase weed?
No.
Where did Ethan keep the weed in the car?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Where did he get it out from?
I can't remember.
Do you remember him having a scale in the car?
Yeah.
What do you do with the scale?
I mean, you weigh weed to see how much it is, how many grams or whatever.
And so these guys get in the car, and then you all decide to go smoke. Now, I'm going to go back to the original phone call. He didn't tell you he told you on the phone you guys were going to smoke tonight, right?
Yeah, he texted me.
Okay. Was the first time you ever smoked in your life with Ethan?
No.
Okay. Do you know where Ethan got his weed from?
No.
You smoked with Ethan before?
Yes.
What about the SplatRBall? Was it your idea or his idea to bring the SplatRBall?
It was both of ours.
Well, you testified earlier that Ethan texted you and said, bring your splat.
Well, originally we got our guns together.
Okay.
So it wasn't all his idea. It was 50-50.
How long before this did you get your guns?
Maybe a month and a half.
And where'd you get them at?
Walmart.
Whose idea was it to get splat guns?
Both of ours.
All right. And that splat gun right there, is that your splat gun or his splat gun?
I don't know. They're the same. We had the exact same model.
how these things work.
How do they work?
Yeah.
John, there's scissors right.
You put gel balls in a gun and you shoot them.
Now there's a battery, right?
Yes.
Can you tell by looking whether this one's yours or somebody else's?
We had the same one.
Did you charge your battery up before you went out that night?
I think I just like had it on the charger before. Like I kind of just always did. Yeah, I guess so.
All right. Now, theoretically, this thing hasn't been fired in over a year, right?
Right.
Okay, but it's either yours or Ethan. Did you guys do a lot of shooting with it before that night?
Like we just shot each other with it.
Okay. And you jumped out and you shot the other two boys when you got there, right?
Yes.
All right. So, what's this thing do? You put this magazine in it,
Yeah.
and the magazine holds like 20,000 pellets?
Something, yeah.
Do you know if this battery's charged?
I don't know.
So is that the combination?
Yes.
Okay. So this is what you guys have when you're gonna go do this thing. Now you said a TikTok thing. Do you have TikTok?
I do.
I have TikTok too. And you said you guys weren't doing the Orbeez challenge, right?
No.
But anybody who's got TikTok could tell you that the Orbeez challenge is a thing. And we even had a cop tell us that he didn't realize until after this that law enforcement's got to deal with this thing where kids are going out and spraying people with these guns. Did you know about that?
I have seen videos of people having them on TikTok.
Okay. So the idea being you're going to scare people, but you're not going to hurt them.
I mean, sure, yeah.
Okay. So Ethan tells you on that night to bring your splat, but you're man enough to say today that both of you guys knew what you were doing when you bought the things, and both of you guys knew what was going to happen that night.
Yeah.
Okay. You're not putting that all on him.
No.
So you're not driving the vehicle, Ethan is. And at some point, you're driving by, I promise, and you see kids on the court. Is that accurate?
We just see people, yeah.
Yeah, but you actually say, hey, there's kids on the basketball court.
Yeah,
Now,
sure.
you played basketball there before, right?
Right.
And you actually have played with these two kids, or at least you've been on the court with these two guys before, right?
No.
No, you never saw Stafford brothers before?
No.
Maybe that may have story. Maybe that was one of the other boys. Do you think you've ever met them before? You've seen them before?
I don't think so. There's like a lot of people always down at I Promise, maybe.
Okay. What about Donovon Jones?
No, I've never met him or seen him before that night.
But over the course of the year, have you learned who's who?
I know who Donovon Jones is, but I don't know. I know Deshawn Stafford. That's the only name I can remember right now.
So you know Sean, but you know Donovan.
Yeah.
Okay. And on this night, you pull up there, but you don't know, you don't recognize boys that you know. This is just going to be a prank, really.
Right.
And you guys jump out, and you grab these things, and now Ethan's got his own gun, and you got your gun. Ethan doesn't jump out of the car?
No.
Who has Ethan's gun?
Mackay.
Okay. And so Mackay's got Ethan. How did Mackay get Ethan's gun? Do you know?
I think like at some point either Ethan just like passed it back when we were driving, or like, yeah.
Did Mackay ask for it, or did Ethan say, "Take my gun and go shoot"?
I can't remember.
Okay. But at some point, Ethan chooses to pull in. I promise. Was that his choice or somebody else's?
I think it was a joint. Like we all wanted. Like we were all like agreed. Yeah.
Okay. You all knew what you were going to do. You weren't going to stop and play basketball.
No. Yeah.
But you thought it was just going to be a drive-by. You didn't realize that anybody was going to stop, right?
Yeah. I didn't know about that. Yeah.
It was a drive-by, and you guys. Well, let me ask this. I mean, you thought they were just going to hang him out the windows.
Right.
And then Ethan stops.
Right.
And Ethan says, "Get out."
He's not like telling us to get out. We kind of just like, oh, we stopped. Let's get out.
And then you run down the parking lot, down that sidewalk, and
Yes.
and those kids took off running.
Yeah.
All right. Now, you'd smoked some weed before this, right? You guys had stopped and smoked.
Right.
How much, and you rolled some up. How much did you smoke?
Not a lot.
Not a lot?
Yeah.
So, you're pretty clear-headed with a pretty good memory of what happened here. You're not confused because you were high.
No, yeah. I was like not even high.
Okay. So you're not high, you jump out, you get back in the car, and you guys are going to take off, and no harm, no foul. Kids didn't get hurt, they didn't fall down, they just rubber bullets or rubber gel blast, I think.
Right.
Lo and behold, Donovan Jones starts walking up to the car.
I didn't know it at the time, but
You know who Donovan Jones is,
yeah.
and now you know who Deshawn is.
I don't know like which one between the two.
Okay. And Donovan's a big guy,
Yeah, he was like probably like 6 foot.
and he walks up to Ethan. Now, how does Ethan get from the driver's seat where he's in the car outside the car?
He opens the door and steps out.
Okay. Do you know why he stepped out?
I don't know. He just stepped out.
Okay. And that's as Donovan's walking up.
Yeah.
So Donovan's walking up, and Ethan at that point gets out of the car. Now, is there any reason you thought he was going to take off, didn't you? You thought you guys were going to drive away.
Yeah, for the most part.
Did any of you guys tell Ethan to get out and shoot at Donovan?
No.
No one made him do that?
No.
And then I assume that every time I hear this little sound, a BB comes out, right? Or a little gel thing comes out.
I mean, yeah.
Like 7 of them a second?
I don't know.
So you see Ethan, then Donovan Jones, you see Ethan just kind of shoot Donovan in the face.
Well, I wasn't in the face, I don't think.
You know what I mean?
No.
Where was he shooting at?
Probably like in the chest area.
Okay. And Ethan, you thought, maybe Ethan thought it was a prank. I mean, Ethan thought it was funny, I guess. I don't even frame it that way. So Ethan didn't know that Donovan wasn't as serious as he was.
Yeah.
Ethan thought maybe that Donovan would come up and get the joke, and he shoots him, and Donovan gets up and they start fighting.
Yeah.
And you indicate in an earlier statement that they're tussling. You don't know who was swinging at that point in time. It just seems like they're wrestling around.
Right, yeah.
And then Donovan and him move off to the dark. I say dark to us because we saw it on video, but they move away from the car out towards the middle of the parking lot, and you kind of stay by the front of the car.
Yeah.
And at this point, the Stafford brothers are coming over.
Right.
And I know you say that you see everybody throwing punches.
Right.
Ethan's throwing punches.
Yeah.
Donovan's throwing punches.
Yeah.
Staffords are throwing punches.
Yes.
You even said in your earlier statement that there was a fourth person, the girl.
Yeah.
Did you see her doing stuff?
Like I said, it was just like a ball of people. I couldn't really tell. I just knew there was 4 in total there.
And who threw the punch that knocked Ethan to the ground?
I don't know.
You have no idea on that one.
Yeah.
Okay. And then,
I mean, I know it wasn't Donovan Jones because he isn't here today. But during that knowledge, like, I had no clue who threw the punch.
yeah, but that's like a big assumption. I mean, you know, I realize he's not charged. So is that the only way you know that it wasn't him? Is because they didn't charge him?
Yeah.
Okay.
But also, like, didn't one of the Stafford brothers admit to throwing the punch that knocked him out?
You heard that somewhere?
Yes.
Okay. There's been a lot of talk about this thing, right? You're in the Firestone community. This is a tragedy, so it's kind of hard to keep track of who did what. But if you take away things you heard, and we just go by things that you know because you observed it, you saw Donovan walk up to the car, fight Ethan, and then you saw 3 other people get into the fight, and then they're all fighting, and the next thing you know, Ethan's on the ground.
Yes.
And you can't, on your own personal observations, say who threw that punch or didn't throw that punch.
I'm not sure.
And if the defense was trying to say that Donovan didn't approach the car, Deshawn did, you'd say, BS, I was there.
I would say I can't fully remember.
Okay. So you don't know who did it. All right, so let's be clear with that. I mean, you're testifying right now.
Right.
How good's your memory on this thing?
For most of it, like I said, faces aren't that well. I wasn't trying to like directly look somebody in the face. I was trying to get after me.
And that's why you can't say who was throwing punches out there.
I mean, yeah, also it's like everybody was.
But Donovan's 6 foot, these kids are 5'5". Donovan doesn't have a shirt on, and you just told the story that Donovan's the one who walked up on Ethan first.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Oh, was Ethan wearing a mask?
I don't think so. I can't fully remember.
Well, if I showed you your testimony from grand jury where you indicate that he's wearing a ski mask, would that help you?
Sure.
Do you remember talking to the grand jury?
I do, yeah.
Do you remember Ethan normally wearing a mask?
Like when we play like baseball or something, just to like hold your hair back, or football, or like wear it when you're cold.
Okay, when you're cold?
Yeah.
Was it cold out that night?
No.
1 second for me. Yeah, we can do that. Thank you. Okay. I'm going to show you your grand jury transcript from testimony you previously gave to the grand jury in Summit County, and I'm going to ask you to read. I'm going to ask you to read, just the first 10 lines for me.
Okay.
Read it to yourself.
Okay, read it to yourself.
All right.
So now, did that refresh your recollection, thank you, as to what you told the grand jury, what happened that night?
I mean, I see the words on the paper, but
You didn't lie to the grand jury.
no.
What did you tell the grand jury that when you were under sworn testimony? What did you tell them? What did you tell them he was wearing on his face that night?
Like just what I had remembered.
Okay, so what was it?
That he was like, I couldn't really see his face. He either had a hat
Why
on,
couldn't you see his face?
because he was like laying on the ground.
I remember that. What did you just read there that you said?
That he had a mask on.
Okay. You told the grand jury he was wearing a ski mask.
Okay.
It's okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I represent Tyler Stafford. I have some questions as well. I'll just start with this last thing. Is there some reason you don't want to say that he was wearing a ski mask?
No, I just can't fully remember.
But how could you remember when you told the grand jury?
It's been a year and a half almost.
So maybe you remember it better now than you did then?
I mean, like maybe I remembered it better then. I mean.
Okay. But I mean, that testimony was, when was that? Do we know? Was that back in July of last year?
I don't know.
Okay. And in July, you said Ethan was wearing a ski mask. You couldn't see his face.
I never said that you couldn't see his face. I just said he had a mask on. It's a full like headed mask. Like you could pull it down, so where it was still like over your hair, and like that's how like whenever he did have it, like when we played football or when we play baseball, like that's how he would wear it.
Okay, 1 second.
Also, we were smoking weed. How are you gonna like smoke weed through the mask? It don't make no sense.
He wasn't wearing a ski mask because you were smoking weed?
Yeah, you have to have the mask off.
I see.
Or like just like pulled down.
1 second.
Back, Coach Sharp.
You may.
I'll show you your grand jury transcript. I'm looking at page 28. Okay. You were asked, what did he look like at that point?
Again to the sworn judge.
I can't read this to him.
No.
I just read that earlier.
What's that?
I just read that.
But you said that.
I know.
And you said I couldn't tell because he had a mask on. You couldn't tell what he looked like because he had a mask on.
That's
This
when he was laying down.
This transcript is not accurate. Why have some other questions? So you mentioned smoking marijuana. I don't care who sold it, or bought it. Let's talk about the effects. Can we agree that marijuana affects different people in different ways?
Sure.
Okay. Like you personally, does it make you more hyper? Does it make you more slow, more calm, more agitated? How would you describe it?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Nope.
Okay. So you've studied psychology a little bit?
Like a week.
You've been in college a week?
Yeah.
Okay. So you don't know how marijuana affects you. You couldn't describe it?
No.
Okay. Do you know how it affects Ethan?
No.
Okay. Do you know how marijuana affects anybody?
I mean, it can make you, like, tired.
It can make you tired. Okay. So did it seem to make Ethan tired that night?
I don't know.
Well, after you smoked marijuana, Ethan drove you to the I Promise school.
Right.
And you got out and was running around with this weapon that we just saw, this splatter gun, right?
Yeah.
You didn't look tired. Were you tired when you were running?
We barely smoked.
Okay. Okay, but you and Ethan had very little marijuana, and that's why you weren't tired.
Sure.
Well, I want your testimony. It's not I want to know what you're here to testify about a very serious matter. This is very serious.
Right.
Okay. So it's not like, oh, whatever. Oh, who cares? This is important. What did you observe?
That's not a question.
Well,
Ask a question.
can you tell us how Ethan appeared to you on that night?
Normal.
Normal. Okay. Okay. Now, you said Ethan gave his gun to, is it Mackay?
Yes.
Okay. And so he gave his weapon, his splatter gun to Mackay and said, get out and go with you and go shoot these basketball players.
Sure, yeah.
That's what happened?
He didn't, like, say go out and shoot. Mackay already had the gun.
I thought Ethan gave it to him. He had Ethan's gun the whole time you were in the car?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Now, you said that at some point, you and Mackay get back into the car after shooting.
Right.
Okay. At some point, do you tell Ethan, let's go?
No.
Okay. I mean, you're trying to simulate like a drive-by kind of shooting, right?
Sure.
I mean, at some point you thought they're going to shoot like maybe out the windows or something.
Yeah.
But instead, for whatever reason, two of you get out of the car. So, I mean, isn't the thing at a drive-by shooting, after you shoot, then you leave, then you take off?
Right.
But that's not what happened.
No.
No. Ethan stayed there and actually got out of the car.
Yeah.
And Ethan got out of the car when Donovan Jones approached.
Yeah.
Okay.
He was already out the car.
Okay. And you didn't hear Ethan, like, apologize, sorry for scaring you, nothing like that happened?
No.
And you didn't apologize, I'm sorry I scared you guys, nothing like that?
Later on, I was just saying I'm sorry.
When was that?
Like, when we drove the car down, when all of them were, like, around us, like, outside the car. Because we didn't want to do that no more.
You didn't want to do this anymore at that point?
Right.
Okay. And then you said that you think Ethan took his gun back from Mackay and shot Deshawn in the chest?
Yeah.
Not in the face?
No, not in the face.
Okay, not in the face. And you were able to see that?
Yeah, because I was
clearly.
looking over.
Okay. Okay. Now, you said you did see a mutual fight at some point. It said at some point their term was, what, a ball of people?
I mean, like, it was just jumping him. 3-on-1 fight.
Well, okay. But I mean, you were pretty close to what was going on at this point.
At first, yeah, and then it escalated down to when I wasn't that close.
When it escalated, you got farther away.
Right.
Okay. You tried to get farther away from the violence, let's say.
I just stayed where I was.
Well, if you were close to it in the beginning, and then when it escalated, you got farther away, it sounds like your distance changed.
Yes.
So you didn't stay in the same location. You moved at some point?
I stayed the same. Okay. When they were fighting, it moved down to the parking lot. I was at the top next to the car.
Oh, I see. You're saying they changed their location?
Yes.
Now I got you. And you said it's a ball of people. You're just seeing people swinging all over the place.
Right.
Including Ethan swinging at people.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you said at some point you saw Ethan go down and hit the pavement.
Right.
Okay. You're not sure who hit him at that time, or you saw that happen?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Now, were you standing closer to him, or was it still that you had pretty distant when it happened?
When he got knocked out?
Yeah.
Everybody, like the Stafford brothers and Donovan Jones, they walked away. Me and Makai got in the car and drove down where Ethan was laying at.
Okay. And did you and Makai try and move Ethan into the car?
No, I was like on the passenger side.
Okay. Was someone helping Makai try and move?
Lamarion was out there.
Okay. But the two of them were not able to do it. I mean, they tried and...
No, because Donovan Jones prevented us from that.
Okay. So, and also, is this around the time that you're making the 911 call?
Yeah, Donovan Jones comes over. He starts like harassing us in the car, telling us to get out. Then Makai tells me to call 911 because obviously they still want to fight or whatever.
Okay. So. And was it, did I hear in that 911 call someone say, he's still breathing? I heard that on the call.
Yeah.
Who said that?
I think either Lamarion or Makai. I want to say Lamarion because he was more near.
So your testimony is one of your two friends said Ethan was still breathing, and you're trying to make a 911 call, and Donovan Jones comes in and stops you.
Right.
I mean, by hitting you?
Yes.
And that's when you dropped the phone with the 911 operator?
Right.
Okay. And Donovan Jones is he's taller than the Stafford brothers.
Yes.
And we think he wasn't wearing a shirt.
Yeah.
And I know we're spending a lot of time talking about just like a minute or two of interactions, right?
Yeah.
But you said towards the end of this incident, if that's what we're going to call it, that the taller guy, Donovan Jones, he was chasing you around.
Yeah.
And at this point, he'd already hit you at least once?
Yes.
And so because of that, did you and everyone else say, we got to leave the scene, we can't make it? I mean, your phone's broken, I'm guessing, at this point.
It wasn't like a discussion that we had to leave. I just looked over and the other, like, Lamarion and Makai were, like, running away, so I didn't know what else to do.
I understand. I mean, you tried to make a 911 call, and Donovan Jones hit you and stopped the call.
Right.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So a couple
Redirect.
quick questions, yeah. So when you're talking about Donovan, I just want to make sure we know with the car itself. When you're talking about Donovan was swinging at you, so you're in the passenger front seat.
Right.
Okay, at that point, Makai is in the driver's seat.
Right.
Donovan is at the driver's seat door or window.
Yes. Okay. At the door. The door was open.
The door was open. So he's swinging into the car at both Makai and you?
Yeah.
Because he'd have to be swinging like over Makai to hit you.
Yeah,
right?
he was just like kind of just like throwing punches in there.
Okay. And then we saw in the video, and you described a little bit earlier, that a second person, so one of the Stafford brothers, came up to your side of the car, to the passenger front seat car, and was kicking at the window.
Yes.
Like trying to break the window?
Yes.
But you don't know which Stafford brother that is?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay. And you said, Ethan's fighting, but at one point it's 3 against 1. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Did Mackay or Lamarion ever get any punches, and were they ever involved in the fight?
No.
During the fight, where were they?
Mackay was like standing like right outside when the car was back up near the fence. It was before we drove down.
Before it moved, okay.
Mackay was like standing just like right outside the like driver's side door. Lamarion was like halfway between Mackay at the car and like the fight.
Okay. So, but in the fight with Ethan and 3 other people, none of you guys, you or Lamarion or Mackay, threw any punches or were involved physically in the fight?
No, not at all.
Just Ethan alone against these 3?
Yes.
Okay. Hold on one second. All right, thank you, Judge. Thank you.
Mr. Sin? Mr. Gallo? All right, thank you, Mr. Stefanco. You may step down. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've been going for an hour and 25 minutes, so let's take a short break at this time, just a 10 to 15-minute break, and we will resume.
All rise.
I know. I'm sorry for what.
We're up here now.
Yeah, if you don't mind. If you don't mind, that'd be great. I'm sorry. Sure.
Please be seated.
Thank you, Judge. With the court's permission, the state of Ohio would like to call our next witness to the stand, Mr. Lamarion Dancy, please.
Okay, very good. Could raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth? You can take the witness stand. And sir, make sure you're staying close to the microphone and keep your voice up.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you doing today?
I'm doing all right.
Okay, can you please state your name and spell your first and last name, please, for the court reporter?
Lamarion Dancy, Lamarion Dancy.
Okay, and how old are you now?
18.
Okay. If I direct your attention back to June 2nd of last year, so last summer, how old would you have been then?
17.
Okay. And are you presently in school?
No.
Okay. Did you recently graduate?
Yes.
Where from?
Firestone.
Okay. And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury here if you attended Firestone your entire high school career?
I went to Firestone from freshman year all the way to my junior year. I didn't go my senior year because of this incident. So,
okay.
This incident.
Okay. So what did you do for your final year of schooling?
I went to an alternative school to receive the missing credits I didn't have, and I finished there. But I still got my diploma from Firestone.
Okay. So does that mean you didn't like physically go to Firestone for that last year?
No.
Okay. What do you do for a living now?
Actually, I do landscaping with a friend of mine and Makai. That's it.
I'm sorry, can you say that last part for me?
I do landscaping with a friend of mine and Makai.
Okay, Makai Shady?
Yeah.
And do you have any long-term goals for the future?
I do, but I can't really think right now.
Okay. Did you think about going in the military or anything?
Yeah, the Navy.
Okay. Okay, you mentioned that you switched schools because of this incident. Can you tell the jury what you mean by that?
Like, I left Firestone because it was just, was overwhelming at the time, and I didn't just want to be looked at different because of the situation, so I just separated myself from it.
Okay. And do you think that that was a good decision for you?
Yeah.
Did you know Ethan Liming?
Yeah.
Can you tell the jury how long you've known Ethan?
I know Ethan since I was in 6th grade, so we had a relationship all the way up to our junior year.
Okay. And did you just know him from school, or was there something else?
It was just school.
Okay. Did you guys ever play sports together or anything?
No.
Okay. No pickup basketball games or anything?
Yeah, we played pickup basketball, but for actual team or anything, no.
I'm sorry, can you say that again for me?
We played pickup basketball together, but we never played for like an actual team or
Okay,
anything.
so not organized sports?
No.
Okay. And was he a friend of yours?
Yeah.
And in the months leading up to June 2nd of last year, did your friendship with him change at all?
Yeah, like we started hanging out more. He started picking me up from work. I seen him more in school, like during lunch hours. So I communicate with him during there, and just mostly in school for the most part.
Okay. Did you guys have each other's phone numbers?
Yeah.
Would you ever call each other?
No.
Okay. Would you text each other?
Yeah.
Did you occasionally buy marijuana from Ethan?
Yeah.
Do you know if you were, if you did buy marijuana from him on June 2nd of last year?
Yeah.
Okay. When you said that Ethan would pick you up or take you to work, where were you working at the time?
Acme. The Acme on West Market.
Okay. Did any of your other buddies work there as well?
Yeah.
Who?
Makai.
Did you, or do you know Ephraim Stefanco?
Yeah.
Okay. And how long have you known Ephraim?
Since 6th grade.
Okay. And did you ever play organized sports with him?
No.
Did you ever play pickup sports with him?
Yeah.
Was he a friend of yours?
Mm-hmm.
Did you guys keep in touch?
No, not so much, but no, not really, no.
Okay. And then you mentioned that you know Makai, right?
Yeah.
And how long have you known Makai?
Since 6th grade.
Okay. And have you ever played organized sports with Makai?
No.
Did you ever play pickup sports with Makai?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you guys buddies?
Yeah.
And you still keep in touch with Makai?
Yeah.
And did you mention that you still work with Makai?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you ever have Ephraim's phone number?
At that time?
Sure.
No.
Okay. Have you ever had his phone number ever in your life?
Yeah.
Okay. Would you call him ever?
No.
Would you text him?
No.
Okay. What about Makai? Do you have his number?
Yeah.
And you guys still text one another?
Yeah.
Do you ever call one another?
Yeah.
You mentioned that you would see Ethan at lunch at school. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Would you guys chat there?
Yeah, it's like, if I seen him, it's just a quick little conversation, like, what's up, like, what class you going to? Something short, not too much. Just...
Okay. Would you guys ever make plans talking at school?
No.
Okay. Did you communicate with Ethan on June 2nd of 2022?
Yes.
Do you recall how that conversation was initiated?
I just texted him for some marijuana, and that's how he came to my house.
Okay. So can you tell the jury, do you remember exactly, what the text message was to Ethan?
Nah, I can't remember exactly what I said. I just know I needed marijuana at the time, and that's what that was for.
Okay. And did he respond to you?
Yeah.
Did you recall what the response was?
I don't remember.
Do you know if he indicated he did have some weed to sell?
Yeah.
Okay. And then at some point, did you make plans to get together?
No, not until I met up with him that night. It was kind of last second.
Okay. So how did that come about?
I was originally just going to get the marijuana from him, but he asked if I wanted to smoke with him, and me and Makai just decided to get in the car with him, and he was going to go smoke with him.
Okay, so let me back you up just a touch. Where were you when this communication was taking place?
I was at home.
Okay, and do you live near the I Promise school?
Yeah.
Okay, and who was with you at home?
My mom and Makai.
Okay, and did the plan become that Ethan would come over to your house?
No. Well, the only thing he was coming to my house for was to drop the marijuana off and allegedly leave, but that's not what happened.
Okay, so what did happen?
He told us, well, when he got outside, we went outside and Ephraim and him started shooting us with the splats. And after that, he had asked us, did we want to smoke? And me and Makai originally gave a look like we didn't really want to go in there, but we just said forget it, and we went up the street and around the corner from my house to park in the car and smoke.
Okay, so you said that Ephraim and Ethan both were shooting you with the SplatRBall guns?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you know if you were upset that they did that?
No, I was just laughing.
Okay.
It was kind of like they caught me off guard. It was surprising.
Okay. Did Makai get upset?
No.
Do you know how far away Ephraim and Ethan were when they shot you with the SplatRBall guns?
Ephraim was to my right. He was already out the car, and Ethan was in the car. So he was telling me and Makai to come to the car, and Ephraim kind of surprised us, and he started shooting. And they just was both shooting at us at the time. So, yeah.
Do you know if they were closer than you and I are right now?
A little closer.
Okay. Did you get hurt from that?
No.
So you and Makai decided to get in the car?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you recall what seats you and Makai climbed into?
He sat behind Ethan, and I sat behind Ephraim, which was behind the passenger.
Okay, so you're in the back passenger side seat?
Uh-huh.
Okay. And where do you guys go from there?
We go to a street that's it's somewhere up the street from my house, but not too far. It's around the corner, really. But we went there, and we parked there, and we started rolling the weed and stuff.
Okay, and you guys did smoke marijuana in the car?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know how long you were there?
15 minutes.
Okay, and do you know who supplied that marijuana?
Yeah.
Who?
Ethan.
Okay. Was the plan to match Ethan and supply some of the weed as well?
Yeah.
Okay, did that ever happen?
Yeah.
Okay. So when you guys were smoking weed in the car, were you stationary or were you driving around?
Stationary.
Okay. And you said you were there for about 15 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay, then where did you go?
He got a text from somebody that needed marijuana, and we were on our way to there, but the neighborhood is kind of small, so I forgot which way we drove. And we drove towards the school, and we saw people on the court, and got the idea to shoot him with the splats.
Okay. And so let me back up just a touch. One thing I skipped over, who had the SplatRBall guns?
From when I got in the car, or
Yeah, from the get-go, who had them?
Ethan and Ephraim.
Okay. At some point, did you handle any of them?
Yeah, I had them in the back seat. Like, I touched them, but like, I didn't, not the entire time, no. I didn't have them.
Okay. When you touched it, did you have the opportunity to see if the splatter balls themselves were possibly frozen?
Yeah.
Were they frozen?
No.
Okay. When you got hit with them initially, did you think that they were frozen?
No.
Okay. Is there a chance they were frozen? You have to answer out loud, please.
No.
Okay, so you said you did handle the SplatRBall gun?
Mm-hmm.
What did you do with it after you handled it?
I gave it back to Ephraim.
Okay, so Ephraim has a SplatRBall gun in the car.
Mm-hmm.
Where's the other SplatRBall gun at that time?
When we're parked,
Yeah.
it's in Makai's hand.
Okay, so Makai has it.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know why Makai had the SplatRBall gun?
We just looking at it, expecting it, like, because it's a toy, and then just really just looking at it.
Okay. Okay, and then you said that you noticed people were at I Promise?
Yeah, once we got to driving, and we drove past it. Yeah.
Do you know who got the idea to pull in there?
No.
Okay, did you understand what was going to happen there?
Yeah.
What did you think was going to happen?
Initially, it was supposed to be just like a playful, quick drive-by shooting, but we didn't do a drive-by. We stopped for some reason, and Ethan told us we had to get out and shoot him. Instead of doing the drive-by, they had to get out and shoot him.
Okay, so you think Ethan said something?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, he did.
Do you recall what his words were?
He said something like, you got to get out and walk him down or something like that. I don't know. Something like that.
Okay. And so at that point, who had the SplatRBall guns?
Makai and Ephraim.
Okay. And what happened next?
They get out and they started shooting at him.
Okay. And at this point, is it light out or is it dark?
It's dark.
Okay. Could you see what was going on from your spot in the car?
Yeah.
Okay. What was going on?
Ephraim and Makai are shooting at him, and Ephraim's getting kind of close towards the gate as he's shooting at him, and Makai is kind of like getting closer to the gate, but not really shooting at him from a distance. That goes on for about, 10 seconds or something, and then they come back to the car. Makai comes back first, and then Ephraim.
Okay, when they came back, what were they doing?
We were about to leave, but Ethan told Makai to hand him the splat, and he got out and started shooting.
Okay, let me back you up just a touch. When they came back, did they think that they had upset the people on the court?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, yeah.
Okay, or did they think it was sort of a silly joke?
Like, we were laughing. I couldn't really tell how they were responding until I saw them get to the car. And then at that time, when they got to the car, I didn't know if they were serious or not, because it didn't give, like, he was mad at us.
Okay, hang on 1 second for me. Did you recognize any of the people at the basketball court?
Yeah.
Okay. And let me ask a follow-up on that. When you pulled in there with Ethan, did you immediately recognize people at the court?
No.
Okay. So as far as you knew, they were strangers?
Yeah.
Okay. And you said Makai and Ephraim run back to the car?
Mm-hmm.
Do they stay outside of the car or do they climb back in?
They get inside.
Okay. Does anybody get out of the car at that time?
after they get in, like a couple seconds later, Ethan gets out with the splat.
Do you know why Ethan got out?
Because one of the people from the court came to the car and Ethan started shooting them. But then again, I didn't know if they were mad or playing or anything because they were laughing. It's just as much as we was laughing. Well, not really like laughing, but they had like a smile on their face, so I couldn't tell if he was mad for real.
Okay. So initially, how many people came up to the car?
For what I remember, I can only see one because I'm looking out the back window and I'm looking at Ethan shoot him with the splat, and at the time I only see one.
Okay. And did that person have anything with them when they came up to the car?
They had a basketball before they came to the car, but they threw that before they got to the car.
Okay. Do you know who that person was?
I gotta say his name.
If you know his name.
I'm not really sure. I don't know his name.
Okay. Did he have any physical characteristics that were noteworthy to you?
Can you repeat that?
Did he have anything specific about him, clothing or a hairstyle that was significant to you?
Yeah. He had dye in his hair.
Okay, can you explain to the jury what you mean by that?
Like color in his hair.
Okay, and you sort of touched your hair as well?
Yeah.
Did that person have dreadlocks?
Yeah.
Okay. And you said that they were dyed in some way?
Yeah.
Okay. Did the other guys have dyed dreadlocks?
No.
Okay, so were you able to see that person's face when he came up to the car?
Yeah.
Okay. What did he look like at that time?
He had his hair like kind of how I got mine right now, but it was shorter. I can't really remember that much.
Could you tell he was angry?
No.
Why not?
Because he had a smile on his face.
Okay. Was he saying anything at that time?
He said, he was saying, "Are you serious?" or something like that.
Okay. Do you know if Ethan was saying anything?
No. He was just kind of like laughing and shooting the gun because he's still thinking like it's not that serious yet. Like, we was all thinking it's a joke. Like, because I can't tell if he's mad or angry or I don't know.
Okay. Could you tell when Makai and Ephraim first ran up to the basketball courts and were shooting the guns, could you tell if the people on the court were getting hit with the SplatRBalls?
Yeah, they kind of moved, like they got hit, but then one of them just stood there because they realized, like, I don't know, maybe it's a toy gun, it's not really a real gun. But yeah, you could see they reacted once the shot started firing.
Okay. Okay, so you said that the person who approached the car was saying, are you serious?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay, what happened next?
He grabbed the gun out of Ethan's hands and they started fighting.
Okay, can you describe how that fight started?
Just like, so Ethan was shooting him and he kind of like grabbed the gun and from like to prevent him from shooting him still, and then he punched him and he grabbed the gun from him and basically tried to get him to stop shooting. Well, just grabbed it from him and started punching him, or he punched him after he grabbed it.
Okay, so I'm sorry, you're saying that this person punched Ethan?
Yeah.
Okay, then what happened?
The fight broke out.
Okay, can you describe what happens next in that sequence?
It's kind of like like just punches back and forth, a little tussle going down the hill towards the pole or whatever, and he's outnumbered, it's 3-on-1, and I'm in the back seat at the car at the time seeing it, but once I realized like he's outnumbered, I get out the car, but by the time I even get to him or anything, he already was knocked out.
Okay, let me back you up just a touch. So you see the first punch thrown, and you said that the fight starts up.
Yeah.
Are these two guys like wrestling or punching one another? What's going on?
It's like a mixture of both. Like it's kind of like wrestling and just throwing punches.
Okay, and then at some point, does another person enter that mix?
Yeah.
Do you know who that was?
No, I think the brother.
Okay, so you think the first guy's brother joined in at that point?
Yeah.
Okay, and at that time, is that still occurring right by the car?
No, it's going towards down where he was last lane. Like he's getting to where he was last lane, and like he's getting to that pole. That's like the fight is escalating down. It's moving down to there.
Okay, so the brother jumps in, and it's moving down towards the pole.
Yeah.
Does anybody else jump in?
I don't really remember.
Okay. At some point, did anybody from the car with you jump into the fight?
No.
Did you hit anybody?
No.
Did Mackay hit anybody?
No.
Did Ephraim hit anybody?
No.
Were you yelling at these guys or challenging them in any way?
Yeah, I got close to try to get him to stop, but I tapped his back and he flinched at me and I backed up.
Okay, let me back you up just a touch, sir. So, you said that the fight was moving down towards the light pole, right?
Yeah.
Do you recall if that light pole was giving off any light?
Yeah.
Okay. And could you see what was going on?
Yeah.
Okay. At this point, are you in the car or out of it?
I'm actually like moving towards it. I'm out the car, like moving towards the fight.
Okay. And do you know where Ephraim and Mackay were at this point?
At the car.
Okay. Do you know if they were in the car or just standing by it?
Standing by it.
Okay. And you're moving towards the fight?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you consider jumping into the fight?
Yeah, but I didn't.
Okay. At this point, where is Ethan?
On the ground.
Okay. Did you see Ethan get knocked to the ground?
Yeah.
Can you please describe to the jury how that came about?
He hit him and it's like his whole body just locked up and froze and he just hit the ground and I'm sorry.
Okay, so, and I'm sorry this is difficult, sir, but we kind of have to get into the specifics of it. At the time that you saw that happen, what was the number of the fight? Was it a one-on-one fight, a two-on-one fight? What was going on?
2-on-1.
Okay, and do you know which two it was?
I believe the brothers.
Okay. And you indicated that you did not know their names at that time.
No. I still don't really know.
Okay. If you were to see them, would you recognize them?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you see them in the courtroom here today?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you please point them out by an article of clothing and where they're seated, please, for the court?
In front of me with a white button-up shirt.
Okay. The two gentlemen with black ties on right here?
Yeah.
Thank you. So you indicated that it was a 2-on-1 fight at the time that Ethan got knocked out?
Yeah.
Do you know which brother threw the knockout punch?
I want to say the one with the color in his hair, I believe.
Okay. Do you know which one of these defendants that is right here today?
What, like name?
Do you know which one it is?
Nah.
So you saw the knockout punch get thrown. Can you describe what Ethan was doing when that happened?
He was throwing punches back, trying to defend himself.
Okay, and was he throwing punches at both guys when it happened?
Just throwing punches. Just throwing punches.
And did Ethan see the punch coming that knocked him out?
No.
Could you tell where, if you know and can tell from your vantage point, can you answer that question?
Could I see what he was punching?
Ask your question.
Could Ethan see that punch coming? Did he know it was coming?
I don't know. I mean, probably I wouldn't know. I could see that the punch was coming, but I don't know if he saw it was coming.
Right. So did it sort of blindside him?
Yeah.
Okay. And you indicated that he locked up and fell down, is that right?
Yeah.
Were you able to see Ethan from basically the start of the fight through the end of it?
Yeah.
How many times did you see Ethan fall down?
Once.
Okay. There was no second fall down where he got back up or anything?
No.
Okay. After Ethan went down, did you see him move on his own ever again?
No.
Did you hear him say any words on his own ever again after that?
No.
Once he went down, what happened?
They started stomping him, punching him on the ground, ground and pound. Just they ain't stopped.
Okay. You used a term there, ground and pound, and I'm sure you might have some guesses as to what that means, but can you please explain?
When you get on top of somebody and they're already on the ground and it's just a rapid of punches still coming.
Okay. And did you see who was doing that, or was it everybody?
Give me a sec. It was one doing the ground and pound, but they all like played a part in the stomping and kicking.
Okay. So did both brothers participate in the
Yes.
kicking and stomping?
Yeah.
Okay, and you mentioned at some point that you approached one of them.
Yeah,
Do you know
like
which
try
one
to.
it was?
No, I can't tell. I can't really tell now. I know, but I can't tell now. Like, it's been a year, so I can't really tell.
Okay, did you touch one of them?
Yeah, I tried to get him to stop. Like, I tapped his back, and he turned and flinched at me, and I just backed up.
Okay, when you say he flinched at you, can you explain to
Like when somebody, like, jumps at you, like they're about to hit you, and you make, like, react, like, you jump back, like, that's what I did.
Okay, so was it kind of in a threatening manner?
Yeah.
To get you to back off?
Yeah.
Did you back off?
Yeah.
At some point, did the attack end?
Eventually, yeah.
How did that come about?
They were just talking, and one of them, like, tried to, like, before he left, he, like, tried to punt him. Like, he kicked him extremely hard, like the rib cage in that area. And he told me to pick my mans up or something like that. I don't know. Pick my mans up or something like that. I don't know. He just was talking, and he kicked him and they walked away.
Okay, and I'm sorry, just in case the jury didn't quite hear you, did you say he told you to pick your mans up?
Something like that.
Okay, and did you know what that meant?
Just pick my friend up, basically.
Okay. Did anyone touch Ethan's clothing after that?
I don't think after the fact, no, but no, I don't remember.
Did you see anybody get in his pockets?
Yeah, I did see that.
Do you know who that was?
No.
Do you know at what point that happened?
After they got done assaulting him, and he was knocked out, bloody and stuff.
Okay. And so do they get up and walk away?
Yeah.
What do you do at that point?
I'm on the ground, seeing if he can breathe, or if he has any sign of breath. And then I'm rubbing his chest, calling his name, and then he coughed up a lot of blood or something like that. And then after that, I just told Makai and Ephraim to pull the car up.
Okay, so did you touch Ethan?
Yeah.
Can you describe to the jury how it was that you touched him? If you just bent down, or if there was some other...
Trying to pick him up. Well, I tried to pick him up, and I couldn't because it was dead weight.
Okay. And at that point, was the car still up by the basketball court?
No, the car was by me when I tried to pick him up.
Okay. And you said that you called for Makai to bring the car down?
Yeah.
Did he do that?
Yeah.
What did Makai and Ephraim do once they moved the car down by you?
Me and Makai tried to get Ethan in the car, and Ephraim was making a 911 call, and one of the three just wouldn't let us leave and get him in the car. He insisted on getting another round of fighting. He said, if I remember correctly, he said, why is y'all out here playing? Y'all know how it is out here. Y'all shouldn't be it was something like that. And then he just was insisting on one of y'all got to fight before one of y'all got to run in 30 seconds with me or something like that. Just a fair one-on-one when the fight was already over with and I'm trying to get my friend in the car.
Okay, and I'm sorry that this is difficult, sir, but I kind of missed what you said there. Did you say he was insisting that somebody fight him?
Yeah.
Okay. Did anybody from your group take him up on that?
No.
Okay.
That's where you hear us in the 911 call saying we don't want to fight.
Okay.
That's where all that's happening.
Okay, you've heard that 911 call?
Yeah.
Okay. Is one of the voices on there saying we don't want to fight your voice?
Yeah.
Do you know if anybody else was saying that?
Yeah. I want to say Makai said it too, but I don't think he caught it.
Okay. Do you know who the individual was who was insisting that you stay and fight?
I was familiar with him. I don't really know him. But
Is it one of the brothers?
No.
Okay, so it's the third guy?
Yeah.
Have you heard the name Donovan Jones?
I mean, since throughout the case, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And is that who we're talking about?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. And at the time that this happened, did you know the Stafford brothers?
No.
Had you ever seen them at the park playing ball before?
Yeah, I've seen them up there twice playing basketball before.
Okay, but am I understanding correctly? You didn't know their name?
No, I don't know them. I just seen them playing basketball up there before.
Okay. Had you seen the third guy up there before?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you know him at all?
No, not really. I'm just familiar with his face and seeing him around the neighborhood before.
Okay. Had you ever played basketball with him?
No. No.
Okay, so I think you said you and Makai were trying to get Ethan into the car. Is that right?
Yeah.
How were you doing that?
At first, I tried to pick him up, Then I couldn't. Then I tried to grab his arms, and Makai had his legs, and we was just both trying to move him, but even then we both couldn't move him because he just was extremely heavy for some reason. But we couldn't even get him to the car because the one individual just insisted on fighting.
Okay. Do you think that you moved him at all?
A little bit, but not too much.
Okay. From where he was on the ground in relation to the car, how did you have to move him if you were going to load him?
Like, we had, like, he was kind of, like, the car was pulled up towards, like, the back seat, so all I would have to do was just get him up enough to where I can get him in the back seat. So the car is kind of close enough to where I can do that.
Okay. Were you able to see Ethan and see his face?
Yeah.
Did he appear injured to you?
Yeah.
Would others there have been able to see him as well?
Yeah.
Would they have seen blood?
Yeah.
You indicated that there was one individual preventing you guys from getting Ethan loaded up.
Yeah.
Did the other guys come back at all, or were
Yeah.
they gone?
They came back.
Okay. Do you know how they came back?
No, but I remember one came back and went in the back seat, smashed my phone. I don't know if he smashed the other ones back there, but smashed my phone. Then I think Ephraim was on the phone with the 911, and I think after we got done talking or whatever, or however that went between me and him, he just turned, and Makai tried to shut the door, and he was preventing him from closing it. And then he got it open, and he started kicking and punching them too.
Okay. Do you know what person that was?
Was Donovan.
Okay. Did you see what the Stafford brothers were doing while that was going on?
One was on the other side on the passenger side, trying to get in the car, hitting the window, I think. And the other one was just kicking him, or not the other brother, but I don't know what the other one was doing. I just know one was on the other side of the car, hitting the window or something like that.
Okay. And again, where were you when this was going on?
Like, I'm in front of the car, like I'm at an angle. Well, I'm not gonna do all that, but I'm in front of the car with Ethan. Well, it's not really in front of the car. It's like aligned with the headlight. I'm sitting there with him.
And were the other guys that initially had been playing basketball, were they yelling anything at this point? Are they saying anything to you?
I can't remember.
Okay. Did they make any threats at any time?
Yeah.
What'd they say?
They said they was gonna come back, or I was gonna go get my real shit or something like that, my real gun. I assumed it was they going to get their real gun, so yeah.
Okay. And at some point, did Makai get out of the car?
When?
I'm sorry?
When?
So you indicated that somebody was hitting Makai and Ephraim in the car?
Yeah, he got out after he let up, and he looked at me and told me to come on, start running. I saw him galloping, and he started running, and I just ran.
Okay, so when Makai took off running, you joined him?
Yeah.
And You said that you had a cell phone in the back seat of the car, is that right?
Yeah.
What kind of phone was that?
iPhone.
Okay, and you said someone got in the car and got the phone?
And
Do you know who that
slammed
was?
it. I don't know which one, but it was one of the brothers.
Okay, and what did they do with it?
He slammed it on the concrete.
Okay, and was it, did you have any other personal belongings there as well?
Yeah, I have my ID in the back of the phone.
Okay. So probably your phone and ID were left behind?
Yeah.
Okay, so Makai took off running and I guess told you to come along, is that right?
Yeah.
What was Ephraim doing?
I don't remember.
Okay,
I
was
just
he
know.
still in the car?
I think so. I'm not sure.
Were you scared of the threats that they made about getting real guns?
Yeah.
Why did you get scared by that?
Because like y'all done already the damage was done. I didn't see the need for a real gun to get involved. So at that point I was like, what am I staying here for if they get a real gun? So we ran.
Okay. And so you did run with Makai?
Yeah.
Where did you guys go?
To a friend's house that was right down the street from the court, but nobody was there or nobody answered. And then I ran home.
Okay,
Well,
so
we ran home.
Let me
to my
back in
house.
just a touch. So you're by the light pole, and the car's there with Makai, right?
Uh-huh.
Which can you describe to the jury sort of the route that you take running away?
So it's the entrance and it's the pole. So from the pole, I run like out of the entrance, and then it's like, I don't know, but if some people familiar with the area, you would know. It's just, I ran down the street and turned to the side street, and it's just a house straight ahead, and I ran to the house.
Okay, so did you run down the alleyway that's behind McDonald's?
Yeah.
Okay, and then were you running towards a car lot?
Yeah.
And then at that street that you came to right there?
Yeah.
Do you know if that's called Valley Street?
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Okay, is your friend's house near there?
Yeah, it's right, like the first house you'll see going down that street.
Okay, and you said you and Makai both went there?
Yeah.
What happened when you got there?
He was bamming on the door, seeing if somebody was there, to see if I can use their phone, and nobody was there, or nobody answered.
Okay, did you know where Donovan and the Stafford brothers were at that point?
I seen a car pull out the little alleyway and go towards the main street, but that was the last thing I seen from them.
Okay, were you concerned they were maybe following you guys?
Yeah, I thought they was gonna chase us, so after I saw the car, I went to my house.
Okay, did you do anything when you thought that they were chasing you?
Can you repeat that?
Did you do anything in particular when you thought that they might be following you?
No, I just went home.
Okay, and Makai went with you?
Yeah.
Okay, so how far away did you have to go to get home? Is it a block, 2 blocks, a few blocks?
2 blocks.
Okay, and when you get home, do you go inside? Do you stay outside?
I go in and I tell my mom what's going on, and I use her phone to make a call because my phone was at the scene.
Okay, and who did you call?
I called a friend of mine that wasn't too far, or that didn't live too far, and I was just seeing if he can come down here and see what was going on at the scene because my mom didn't want me to go back.
Okay, and was there a reason you didn't call the police right then?
I didn't think it was that serious, I mean, I knew it was serious, but I didn't I didn't know he died from it.
Okay. Did you have reason to believe that the police were already on the way?
Yeah,
Why is that?
because Ephraim called him.
Do you know if your friend or your mom went back to the scene?
Yeah, they both did.
Do you know if they talked to the police?
No, they kind of just went over there to look to see what was going on, and I think they may have asked one of them a question or something like that. I don't know, but only thing I know is I was in the house and I came back and received the news from another friend saying that he was dead.
Can you say that again for me, please?
I was in the house and my friend that I told to go up there to see what was going on, he came back and told me that he died.
Okay. Did you talk to the police that night?
Yeah. After everything.
When you ran away with Mackay, who was still back in the parking lot?
I believe Ephraim.
Okay. Ephraim, what about the guys playing basketball? Any of them?
I don't know.
Okay. And did anybody chase you as you ran away?
When I was running, I wasn't looking back. I wouldn't know I was running.
Okay. But the three guys that had been playing basketball and who attacked Ethan, they were still there, right?
I believe so. I don't know. I think.
I'm going to show you what's been marked State's Exhibit 33. It's a segment of video, and I'm going to ask you a few questions about it to help the jury understand what was going on that evening. Okay, so I'm gonna start it here at about the minute 49 second mark. And I'm gonna pause it at 1:59. Do you know whose car that is right there?
It's Ethan's. It's Ethan's.
Okay, and is that the car pulling up to the I Promise basketball court?
Yeah.
Okay, can you remind everybody where everyone was seated in the car?
Ephraim's in the passenger. I'm behind Ephraim. Ethan's driving, and Mackay's behind Ethan.
Okay, I'm going to pause it there at 2:15. We see a couple guys hop out of the car. Is that Mackay and Ephraim there?
Yeah.
Was Ephraim the guy that went up the furthest?
Yeah.
And we see them holding SplatRBall guns, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to pause it right there at 2:36. Can you tell the jury, what happened in that little segment right there?
So, in that moment, this is when Ephraim and Mackay are back in the car, and Ethan asked Mackay for the splat, and Ethan got out and started shooting one of them that came to the car, and then y'all can see the fight started after that.
Okay, and obviously it's a little dark there on the screen, is that right?
Yeah.
And is it fair to say that it's a little bit hard for us to see what's going on there?
I apologize, but if you can't see something, then that's where the fight started. Like after you see him get out and start shooting, and then he took the gun and he punched him.
Okay. And what I'm getting at, sir, and you don't have to apologize for the lighting, were you in a position to see, I mean, was it hard for you to see what was going on that night when you were there in person?
Nah, like, I could see it all.
Okay, I'm gonna, so at this point, you say the fight is on already?
Yeah.
How many people have come from the basketball court at this point?
I only seen one, well, two. So it's just at the point, well, at the fight, it's 2-on-1. Because I only just see the two.
Okay.
The third one, I didn't really see him until, like, after.
Okay, I'm gonna hit play here.
See, like, that's the last one, I think.
Okay, so that's the third guy.
Yeah.
Okay, and at this point, where are you?
I had got out when it was a 2-on-1, and I was going towards the fight. I was gonna help, but I didn't. I was gonna try to stop it, and that was just what I was trying to do, just trying to stop it.
Okay. And who do we see standing at the front of the car there?
That's Ephraim.
Hit play from 258. Okay, so I just paused it there at 317. Do you know what's going on at this point in the video?
The fight is pretty much about over, and they walking away, and you can see two walking away, but it's the one over there that's telling me to pick my mans up, or, you know, and he kicked him one good time before he left. Like where I said, he punted him in the stomach. He did that, and then he walked away. And then,
okay, and what are Ephraim and Makai doing here?
Like, when they got back in the car, I think that's when I told him to, like, bring the car up. Because I was seeing that he was beaten bad, and I was like, we got to get him to a hospital. I'm like, bring the car up.
So you could tell that already?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I'm going to hit play from 317. Okay, and so we see four people walking there. I'm going to pause it at 329. Did you see four people walking back?
Yeah.
Do you know who the fourth person was?
I think it was a girl. I don't know. Well, actually, no, it was a girl, but she didn't do anything.
Okay. Do you know if you've seen her since then?
No.
Did you know her at the time?
No.
So hit play from 329. So I'm going to pause it here at about 4:39. Can you tell the jury what's going on at this point in the video?
All right, so I think if y'all did see it, well, one of them walked back, and this is the one that I'm telling, I'm not trying to fight. I'm just trying to get my friend in the car and leave at this point. But he insists on trying to get one of us to fight, and then he just tries to, because Makai tried to close the door, and he prevented him from closing it, and then he started punching him, kicking him, and then one of the brothers was on the other side of the car, hitting the other side, and then one came and went in the back and threw my phone.
Okay, hang on 1 second for me, sir. I'm gonna restart the video here from 4:39. I'm gonna pause it here. Sorry. At about 5:37. So at this point, do you know where you are?
I'm in the front of the car with Ethan.
Okay, when you say the front of the car,
Well, technically the side. So, like, I'm by the headlight. That's kind of where, like, he was laying, and that's kind of like where I'm, like, on the side of him, just sitting there and just watching this all.
okay, and would you be on the driver's side or the passenger side?
Drivers.
Okay, and then, do you know what vehicle just pulled down there by you?
Whatever car they were in.
Okay, that was part of their group there too?
Yeah.
And at this exact moment right here, do you know where the guys from the basketball court are?
They all at the car.
They're all at the car?
Yeah.
I'm gonna pause it at about 6:13. Can you tell the jury what's going on in that part of the video?
Well, if y'all seen the passenger door open, they got the door open and they attacking Ephraim and Makai from both sides. And it's just, everything's over with, for real. They just wouldn't stop.
Okay, and do you know who was on the passenger side?
Which one, the brothers or?
In terms of the guys from the basketball court, do you know?
It was one of the brothers. I ain't sure which one.
I'm gonna restart it. Okay, I'm gonna pause it here at 6:30. Do you know what we're looking at right there?
Me and Makai running.
That's you and Makai running the alleyway?
Yeah.
And in the other video, before it jumped over to McDonald's video, it's maybe a little bit difficult to see, but you guys took off running.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna pause it at 6:40, 6:39. Do you know what we just saw right there?
One of the people on the court chasing us, well, chasing Ephraim, and I seen me and Makai just running. That's about it. I didn't know he was chasing us.
Okay. And did you know where Ephraim went?
No. After, in the video where you see I'm gonna just say, like, when I got the running, I wasn't even really thinking about it, if I'm being honest. I'm not gonna say it like that, but I was just trying to get away. And I was just making sure, I didn't make sure, but
At any point, did you see anybody in either group wearing a mask?
No.
Have you ever seen Ethan wear a mask?
Like, anytime before this situation, or?
Yeah.
Probably for baseball. That's about it. Yeah, for baseball.
And would that be kind of like a cold weather type of a thing?
Yeah.
Sir, I need you to, again, think back on if you had an opportunity to view Ethan before you ran away that night.
Like, do I know what he had on, or?
Did you have a chance to view the injuries to his face?
Yeah.
Okay, and I need you to let the jury know, if you're able to do so, I'm going to show you what's been marked State's Exhibit 16. If this is how Ethan looked the last time you saw him. Lamarion, just a couple more questions, and I'll wrap it up. When you last saw Ethan, can you please describe for the jury what injuries you observed to his face or body?
His bloody face, like he was bleeding from his mouth. His eyes was like I don't know, like shut, but like I can't describe it. But you could tell that he was beat badly.
Okay, and were the injuries to his face the only injuries that you observed?
Yeah.
Okay. You didn't observe injuries to his body?
No.
Did you observe any injuries to his body?
No.
Okay. You indicated he was bleeding from his mouth?
Yeah, but yeah. He was bleeding from his mouth. It was his face. Like, you could just tell he was beat badly from his face.
Okay. Your Honor, if I could approach the witness.
May.
I'm going to have you take a look at what's been marked State Exhibit 16. Sir, minus the police placard and the medical stickers that had been placed on Ethan's body, was that the condition that you saw Ethan in?
Overall.
Yeah.
And sir, there was a time that it was reported that Ethan may have still been breathing to 911. Are you aware of that?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you believe Ethan was still breathing at that time?
I only thought that because he coughed up blood onto his shirt and then he made like a noise. Like, it wasn't like him talking, it was just like a noise. And I just thought he was still alive. I just thought it was some hope.
Can you say that last part for me?
Thought it was some hope.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Good afternoon, Lamarion.
Good afternoon.
My name is John Sen, and I'm going to ask you some questions, okay?
All right.
The last time you saw Ethan, he was in bad shape, correct?
Yeah.
And you hoped that maybe he was still alive.
Yeah.
You ever been around a dead body before?
No.
You ever been around somebody who suffers a brain trauma or a brain bleed?
Nope.
Do you have any experience with folks who when their brain suffers injury like that, bleed out their eyes and bleed out their mouth and throw up blood?
No.
So you don't really have the medical training to say whether there was hope that day like you want to be, or whether or not these are just involuntary things that happen when somebody dies. You don't know that, do you?
No.
Now, what we can't agree on is that the punch that cost Ethan his life happened within a minute of the boys going with the SplatRBall guns, right?
Repeat that.
Ethan got knocked out. So we thought, right?
He did get knocked out.
Happened within a minute and 15 seconds of you guys getting out of the car.
Yeah.
It's fast,
Something
right?
like that, yeah.
And then a lot more stuff happened at a later time. People chasing you and kicking windows and stuff like that, punching you and breaking phones. Ethan's gone by then. He's knocked out.
Yeah, he's knocked out.
And you said that he just froze up, and could you hear him hit the ground?
No, I just watched it.
And he hit hard.
Yeah.
And at that point, he never really had any response after that, did he?
Nope.
And that was all fast.
Mm-hmm.
So, the prosecutor talks a lot about when you guys were assaulted and you guys were attacked, but you guys started this, did you not?
Yeah.
Okay. There were 4 of you, right?
Yeah.
And four men, 4 boys.
Mm-hmm.
And on the other side, there are 3 men, 3 boys.
Yep.
And a girl.
Mm-hmm.
And these guys were minding their own business playing basketball
Yep.
when you guys decided to pull this prank.
Yeah.
Now, you, according to the police report, are 225 pounds. Is that got you listed as Lamarian Dancy, 5'7", 225. What's accurate there?
My height,
Okay, what do you weigh? What did you weigh back then?
like $160.
Okay, I don't know where they got that. What about Mackay? They have him at 6'1", 225. Is he bigger than you?
Yeah. Height, I know he's 6'1". I don't know about his weight.
Big guy?
Not really.
Bigger than you?
Yeah.
Okay. And you're 165? What you said?
At that time.
Okay. And he's bigger than you. And Ethan's bigger than all of you, right? 6'1"?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you an athlete?
Kinda, sorta.
Okay. Mackay an athlete?
I mean, I guess, yeah.
Ephraim's a baseball player.
Yeah.
He's 5'8".
Yeah.
So you 4 boys are much bigger than the 3 boys on the basketball team. These guys are 5'5", 5'6", 135.
Are they?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Hmm?
You don't think you're much bigger than him?
I didn't say that.
Okay. So, do you disagree with me that you guys are picking on smaller guys? Do you disagree with me that you 4 boys were bigger than the 3 guys you were picking on?
Yeah.
Okay. You were bigger, right?
I guess.
You got eyes.
I mean, I guess.
Okay. And on this night, you and Mackay, till this day, you guys are tight, right?
Yeah.
Is that how you say his name, Mackay?
Yeah.
You worked at Acme together.
Yeah.
Now you do landscaping together.
Yeah.
And you grew up. You grew up close to each other.
No.
Where do you live? Don't give me the whole address, but are you on the I Promise side of Market Street or across the street side of Market Street?
I promise that.
Okay. What about Mackay? Is he on the I Promise side of Market Street?
Not in that area.
He's not from. He's not
in that area.
We haven't heard from him yet. What about Ephraim? He's up by Merriman Road, right?
I don't know where he lives.
You don't know him like that.
I know him like that, but I don't know where he lives.
You never been to his house?
Once, but I don't remember where it's at.
What about Ethan? You ever been to his house?
I thought we was talking about Ethan.
I was talking about Ephraim. I'm sorry, maybe I said it wrong.
No. So I've never been to Ephraim's house, and I'm not familiar where Ephraim lives.
Now, you indicated that you and Ethan were friends,
Yeah.
and you told the grand jury that you wouldn't see him that much. Only time I would see him, it was in school or if I had asked him something. That's really it. I wasn't too close to him. Is that accurate at the time? You weren't too close to him?
Yeah.
But you would see him in school and you would call him when you had to ask him something. You text him when you had to ask him something.
Mm-hmm.
And none of you guys, well, I shouldn't say that. You're the only guy that mentioned what you were texting about. Tell the jury what you were texting Ethan for. What question were you asking?
Marijuana?
Yeah, you got weed. He was your weed guy, right?
Yeah, you could say that.
Yeah, how often do you buy weed off him?
I don't recall how much I did at the time.
How many times you buy him? You've been hanging out with him for 7 months. Is that when you started buying weed off him?
You said, can you repeat that?
You said you've been hanging out with him for about 7 months. Is that when you started buying weed?
I never said I was hanging out with him for 7 months.
Okay. You didn't start getting closer to him?
Yeah, I started getting closer to him.
Is that because you started getting into marijuana?
Yeah.
Okay. And how much did you buy this night? How much were you buying off him?
I don't know. I don't remember how much I was buying.
Eighth, quarter? What's normal?
Like quarter.
Okay. And you and Mackay, you had your own plans for the evening. Ethan was supposed to just drop by with the marijuana and go, correct?
Yeah.
And he, at some point, asked if you want to smoke. And the prosecutor says that you're both going to pitch in, right?
No, we're gonna smoke, but like we match like a blunt, basically. We just
You matched out of what you just bought off.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he brings it, but he wants to smoke some of yours and some of his together.
Yeah.
Okay. But that's kind of the cool thing to do, right? I mean,
I wouldn't really call it cool, but it's just some people, teenagers do.
okay. So you guys go and you match a blunt and you guys smoke 2 blunts?
Yeah, we was on the second one, but it wasn't finished yet.
So you went through one whole, and a blunt for the jury is basically you take a cigar wrapper of some sort, like a small cigarillo, you empty out a lot of the tobacco and pack it with weed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you guys, between the 4 of you, finished one.
Yep.
And then you were partway through the second one.
And he got the text. And
he got a text from another customer.
Yes.
And he had to go make another delivery.
Yeah.
But he wanted to do this thing first, where, were you guys going to go, I shouldn't say.
No.
Were you guys going to go with him on the delivery?
Yeah.
Okay. Why were you going to go with him on the delivery?
Because we were already with him and we were still smoking.
Okay. You didn't have your own splat gun, right?
No.
And Mackay didn't have a splat gun.
No.
And you guys really had your own plans for the night. You kind of got caught up in this?
I wouldn't say caught up. We just both agreed to smoke with him.
Okay. But now you're agreeing to go somewhere else and somewhere else.
No, that's not what the plan was. We were supposed to smoke with him, and we were going to go home, and he was going to go do what he was going to do.
So he was going to drop you off before he sold the next.
Yeah, but we didn't know he was going to have to serve somebody else while we were smoking with him.
Okay. And at some point you're driving by a promise school, and whose idea is it to shoot people with this splat gun?
I don't recall. All of us kind of got the idea, so I don't specifically remember one of us saying, let's do it. We all agreed.
And the idea is quick drive-by shooting were your words. You're going to do a quick drive-by shooting. And no one's saying it's a real gun.
Yeah.
You get it, you're getting a real gun. But the idea is you do a quick drive-by out the window.
That was the idea.
Okay. And you discuss that, and it would be...
It didn't go as planned. We eventually
Because Ethan stopped the car.
Yeah.
And Ethan handed Mackay a gun and told him to get out. I mean, wasn't that your words?
Yeah, he told him, Ephraim, gotta get out and shoot him. Get out and walk down.
Say that to me again. that would go a little bit far, shoot you right in the face with the thing, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
So you got hit in the body and stuff like that, and big deal.
I mean, if you get shot in the face, it's a big deal, but it's not, I wouldn't say it's intentional unless somebody's intentionally aiming at your face, but no.
But that's a little bit more insulting than shooting in your kneecap with the thing.
Yeah.
Shooting in your butt.
Yeah.
Okay. So, they jump out and they shoot you with that, and it's all good friends, and you guys smoke, and you smoke a blunt and a half, and then you
Object, Your Honor, I don't know if this is a question.
Okay, I'll withdraw that particular question because it got a little confusing to me. Now, Ephraim's coming back to the car. He's going to get in the passenger seat where he's riding shotgun, and where are you? Are you behind Ephraim or behind Ethan? Ephraim, okay. And then Mackay, he's behind Ethan.
Yeah.
And at this point, there's a point in time where they run up on the boys on the court, trick them, play the prank, and then come back, and everybody is in the car. And there's nothing stopping everybody from driving away. That's what we thought would happen, right? Now we're going to drive away.
Yeah. But unfortunately, it didn't.
Right, but whose choice was that?
Ethan's.
Ethan says, give me the splat.
Yeah.
And at this point, one of the boys, and you're testifying that Sean, is walking up with a basketball hand in his hand, somewhat smiling and saying, are you serious?
Yeah.
Are you serious, dude? You just shot me?
It's not like how you're explaining it, but it's more like a smirk and like, are you serious? Like a sarcastic, but not like.
You being serious? Would you shoot me with this?
Not like, but you wouldn't be able to tell if he was mad.
Okay.
So that's why I say like I couldn't tell.
But at this point, from point blank range, how far is Ethan away from Sean when he starts shooting in the face with this thing?
Kind of like where he is, but a little closer. Yeah, kind of where we are.
And he's not shooting the kneecap of the butt, straight in the face.
I wouldn't say straight in the face, but upper, like above the torso, all up here.
Which point Sean tries to grab the gun away from him. Right? And that's what he said. Sean tries to grab the gun. And
so he didn't try. He like forcefully just grabbed the gun and punched him.
Okay.
A vicer.
Which, does that seem reasonable thing to do?
Yeah. At that point.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So the fight's on, and Ethan's giving as good as he got, right? Ethan's swinging, and they're fighting. Ethan and Sean are fighting, and it moves into the parking lot, right?
Yeah.
And did you watch that fight?
Yeah.
Did you see the point where Sean got slammed onto the ground?
What?
Did you see the point where Sean got slammed?
He didn't get slammed.
Tell me what you saw. You're in the car, you're in the back seat.
Slammed. Ethan's the only one getting attacked. He's getting jumped. And I get out the car when I see the second person run up to me. And if we can pull the video back, I can see me jump out the back of the car.
I got you. We're going to do that. But you're in the back seat, Ethan's fighting, and he's fighting Sean. Right?
It's 1-on-1.
1-on-1. And they're both swinging.
They're both swinging.
Then what happens next?
Another one comes. Then he's outnumbered. It's 2-on-1.
Okay, I got that. And you three are just sitting in the car.
Oh, I got out the car.
Okay. And at that point, what is the other guy doing with Ethan?
What other guy?
Is Ethan losing? Is he winning? Can you tell?
Yeah, he's outnumbered. He's losing. So I'm getting out the car and I'm heading over there to try to break the fight. But as I'm approaching, that's why I say I seen his body lock up and he fell in the ground.
But I understand that at this point, one of the brothers comes over after the other brother fighting, and then you guys get out of the car. But during the punch, that actually, when you see the punch that knocks Ethan down,
yeah.
And the prosecutor tries to say it's like a sucker punch. But this is a straight out fight, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a punch. Where did the punch land?
In the face.
In the eye?
I don't know. It's nowhere in his face.
Okay. Well, you saw it though.
Yeah, I don't remember the exact location, but he got hit in the face.
Okay. So, and at the time he's getting hit in the face, he's in the middle of a fight.
Yeah.
That he started.
No.
No?
No, because he didn't throw the first punch, but he shot at him, so I see the reason why he punched him.
Okay.
He didn't start the fight.
So your thought is it's whoever threw the first punch. You're not taking into account the shooting in the face.
I guess if that's why the fight's started, then yeah, that's.
Can you see why somebody might think that throwing a punch is a reasonable response to being shot in the face at close range?
At that point, yeah.
Okay. And then you don't even have time to get over there and help your friend because it's over that quick, right?
Yeah.
And Mackay doesn't have time to help your friend because it's over that quick, right? And Ephraim's not, he just is kind of hanging out front. He's not really, I see him going back and forth with headlights. Did you ever get a chance to help Ethan? I mean, to jump in, and was it too fast?
He was already on the ground.
So the damage was done by that point in time.
Yeah.
And within seconds, one of the boys says, pick up your boy.
This is after.
Okay. This after he's already down.
Yeah, and everybody done and walking away. One of them stayed. And that's why I said he kicked him and he said what he said.
And one of them says to you, what are y'all doing, man?
This is when the car gets pulled up and they all come back.
Okay. Now, that's like round 2 though, right? Ethan's knocked out in round 1. Ethan's not participating in round 2 in any way, shape, or form.
No.
But the other boys there, these are black kids, right? The one who said it to is an African American kid.
Yep.
And he looks at you and says, what are you doing with what's going on out here?
Yeah,
What'd you take that to mean?
like, stupid decision. Like, why is we playing, knowing, like, the danger that's going on right now at the time? Like, it just wasn't a good time to be playing like that.
Yeah. Do you think this situation would have been different if you guys had just stayed in the car?
So many ways it could have been different.
You could have not decided to shoot the kids.
That's one of them.
Could have not decided to jump out of the car. You could have just done the drive-by and left. Right?
Yeah.
And Ethan could have decided not to get out and shoot this kid in the face. He could have just pulled off.
Yeah.
So you agree with me that there were a lot of bad decisions that night, going both ways. But when this thing started, these boys were shooting hoops, right?
Yeah.
And you guys were shooting these things, right?
Yeah.
No further questions.
Afternoon. Donald Gallagher, represent Tyler Stafford. Can we agree that this has been a very difficult experience for you?
Yeah.
We believe it's difficult probably for everybody. Is that fair?
Yeah.
One second. You said when this whole thing was starting, when you thought it was going to be just like a fake drive-by, just shoot, we'll get it. It's only going to last, what, a few seconds?
Yeah.
Go out and hang out the car, shoot, and take off, and then go out.
That was the original plan.
But you said for some reason Ethan decided to stop the car and tell 2 guys to get out and walk up on them, or what was the phrase?
Yeah.
Something like that. All right. You said your state of mind was, all right, they're out of the car, I want them to hurry up
Yeah.
Right, you want to, let's get out of here.
Like, I'm laughing, like, because I'm in on it, but
Yeah.
if I'm not, I'm feeling like this wasn't the plan, so y'all gotta hurry it up. That's what I'm thinking, just come on.
In your mind, the sooner we get out of here, the better for everybody.
I'm not thinking like that at the time.
Okay, you're thinking hurry up.
Yeah.
So what's the difference between hurry up and the sooner we get out of here, the better? It sounds like the same thing.
No, it don't.
It doesn't?
No, because I just wanted to do the drive-by. I didn't want him to get out and do that. I didn't have no idea that was going to turn into that. I just wanted him to do that.
Okay.
I just wanted him to hurry because that wasn't the plan.
I think it wasn't your plan.
No, that wasn't the plan at all. We all knew what was going on. That wasn't what we was going to do until we parked.
Was it possible that you had a plan and
No, I didn't have a plan. We all agreed on it.
I thought you said your plan was we were gonna just hang out the car, shoot
Yeah,
the kids, leave. So that was your plan.
Yeah, okay, you're right. That's my
But
plan.
maybe someone else in your car had a different plan.
Yeah, that changed when we parked.
Okay. But I mean, you didn't change it. You didn't say, yeah, I got a plan B. You didn't say that. You didn't change the plan.
No.
I mean, Ethan changed the plan.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just, it is what it is. It is what it is. Now, you said that you saw when Ethan got knocked, when he fell down, when he got knocked down. Right. Okay. Now, I represent Tyler Stafford. You didn't see Tyler Stafford knocking Ethan down, did you?
Was he the one that threw the punch?
Well, you tell me.
No.
Okay.
I know he was a part of it when they were all fighting. And I don't know if he threw the punch.
Okay. Is it fair that because you don't know the three involved, that somebody should get them mixed up?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you did say that one of the guys was a taller guy.
Yeah.
Is that right? And, I mean, I can tell you that, Donovan's the taller guy. I mean, you're not sure of the name, or are you?
Oh, I know his name now.
Okay. And Donovan was the taller than these two guys.
Yeah.
Okay. And Donovan, the taller guy, was the one chasing you at the end.
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
Okay. And was Donovan, the taller guy, the one telling you at the end, like, hey, I want to fight. Let's do some. I'm ready. Let's go. We need some more violence, apparently. And that's what you heard. That's what you interpreted it as.
Yeah, he just insisted on getting like a fair one-on-one fight.
At some point, did you say that you tried to hit Donovan or someone?
I talking about when they were on top of Ethan.
Well, I don't know when, but at some point, did you try and swing at anybody?
No, I wanted to.
You wanted to swing at him, but you didn't.
No.
Is it you did because it went so by so fast?
Because I could, in the situation I'm in at the time, I just couldn't.
Because of your situation, you couldn't get into it?
Yeah. Not my situation, but just how the situation was, I just couldn't. I could have, but I didn't.
I don't have any more questions. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge. Sir, just very briefly, there were some questions there about where exactly Ethan shot Deshawn with the SplatRBall. Can you just clarify for the jury where it was that he was hit? Where was Ethan shooting Deshawn with the SplatRBall?
I want to say like in this area. I'm not really sure if it's the face, but I know it's this area.
You think for the record that he's referring to his neck down to his mid-chest?
Yeah.
And sir, you heard the SplatRBall gun being shot off here by Turnson, right?
Yeah.
Do you believe that that's a loud sound?
It's loud, but referring it to, like, if you want to refer to a gun, an actual gun, you can tell the difference.
What would the difference be?
That's like, you can hear that it's like a toy, like, I don't know. You hear the difference, so it's not much.
And do you think being indoors makes any difference with the sound of it?
Probably, but either way, it's just gonna sound like that, but you know the difference.
That's all. Thank you, Judge.
Prosecutor asking questions about the sound of the gun, right? Prosecutor asking questions about where you're shooting, right?
Yeah.
You've been answering questions to the prosecutor for a year now, have you not?
If we
You
take
meet
it back.
with them,
Yeah.
you're at the house, you have to go to the office, all that stuff. You're here for the prosecution, right? You were prepared for this testimony. You've been prepared to come in here today. And you and Rikai worked together and probably talking about this for a year. And knowing that you're here on the prosecution, you know that you don't have anything to worry about, right?
Yeah.
You haven't been charged with any crime out of this whole mess. You walked away, and every one of you guys walked away without so much as a traffic ticket.
Your Honor, I would object it's outside the scope of the redirect.
It's beyond scope.
Withdraw.
Very brief. You were asked about the sound of the gun, but now all the times that has been fired here today, the weapon is unloaded, to be used no other term, right? I mean, there are no pellets. There's no pellets up on the ceiling or anything like that, right?
No.
So I mean, it's a little bit different. I mean, we heard the sound multiple times, but it's a little bit different when the weapon is loaded, right? And pellets are coming out of it like.
But then
7 a second.
But come on now, you know the difference between a real gun and that.
Well, I didn't ask you that.
I'm just saying.
Well, are you saying that 7 pellets don't come out of this thing a second?
I don't know. I don't pay attention to that. I just know it shoots.
You just know it shoots.
It's a toy gun.
But I mean, you didn't see anything come out in this courtroom, did you?
Oh, it's not loaded.
It's not loaded. It's not loaded. So it's that sound with the addition of water soaked pellets coming out of it.
So, what do you guys?
Well, I'm asking, is there a difference between this being loaded and unloaded?
No.
There's no difference between it being loaded and unloaded.
It might be. I don't know, but it's,
well,
it's unloaded. How am I going to know that?
Well, this weapon is unloaded. And on June 2nd of last year,
It was loaded.
they loaded.
I don't remember exactly how it sounded when they loaded, but I know
understand.
that's how it sounds now. Like,
Well, let's leave the sound out of it for a second. This weapon is unloaded. It was fired in here today, unloaded. But they were both loaded on June 2nd. And I mean, do we have any idea how many rounds were fired?
No.
On June 2nd?
No.
Is it possible we were carrying, like the car was carrying 20,000?
No.
It wasn't?
I don't know.
You never heard that number, 20,000 rounds before?
For them?
Yeah.
I heard it, but I don't know if we had 20,000 rounds with us that night. I don't
Who did you hear the 20,000 rounds from?
Advertisements, just seeing it on TV because it's told.
So you've seen commercials for this weapon, for this toy, or you call it whatever you want.
TikTok, stuff like that, yeah, I've seen it around.
So you've seen people on TikTok saying, hey, this thing shoots 20,000 rounds.
Not exactly saying that, no. But
Well, you said you heard 20,000 on commercials or social media?
Social media, like.
Social media other than TikTok?
Yeah.
Like Snapchat or like.
Yeah, something like that.
Instagram, go ahead. Okay. No further questions.
Just very briefly, Judge. Sir, the defense has referred to this as a weapon. Do you consider this a weapon?
No.
Thank you, Missile.
something, make sure that you bring it to my bailiff's attention tomorrow morning. And be back tomorrow morning at 8:45 to the jury room, and we will resume the state's meeting at that time. Thank you.
All rise.
I want you and your folks to wait until a reasonable time to bring that road back. And that will, there's something that didn't happen last night. Thanks to family. I'll make that better. And they want you to come over the office and make that just depends on that.